Big Bang, nuclear fission, DNA decoding, developments which have changed everything. The revelation with the philosophical context, with the questions who we are, why we are here, and what's the main, what will be further. Data transmission, quantum electronics, linear programming, superconductivity, holography, gravitation waves. Thanks to what? Due to what? Insight, diligence, trust, non-explained motivations, and many years went. So with the cooperation and joint projects, when we share goals, when we implement knowledge and enjoy mutual results, in this case the meaning is born, and so the energy is formed and it reveals truth. So thanks to pioneers, thanks to those who are against status quo, and thanks for those who are answering the questions, who never give up and they see the most important things, those who believe that everything is possible. So we make hypotheses, we reject them, we formulate no assumptions, and we anticipate enthusiasm, involvement. So what makes us move further? The craving for everything new. So this is the natural process, and it's our best condition. We're filled with the attentive and creativity. That's we are who create progress. We manage it, and for the benefit of strong, creative, technological Russia, which inspire the world, creations and leadership. Dear participants, so we're welcome at the 7th International Forum of Technological Development, TECHNOPROM 2019. So for the greeting, there would be Sergei Ivanovich Menyailo, the envoy from the President of the Russian Federation in the Siberian Federal District. Dear Alexandrovich, dear guests, dear colleagues, I greet everyone at this venue of our International Forum of Technological Development, TECHNOPROM 2019, and the forum of this year takes place and it is the slogan, it is the science of new era and the technology of transformation, and has got just quite specific meaning for the Siberian science, but for the whole Russia as well. So as the President of Russia, he has just noted the key priorities, and it is the acceleration of the technological progress and the acceleration of the international cooperation. That's why we implement different projects in various areas, in science, in expert, and in education as well, and in other directions. So we have made very important international decisions for the development of the Siberian branch of Academy of Science and Novosibirsk's academic town, and different things at the territory of Siberia. So we're trying to do our best to diversify the military complex, so import substitutions in the key branches of our industry. And we are doing it on the basis of the breakthrough technological decisions and, of course, the products. Also, we take measures to develop innovation in infrastructure and the support of entrepreneurship and business. That's why we provide so very good place for the Russia in the competition, the world competitions. And so the high-tech business and science is facing such tasks as to make our investment more attractive, acceleration and implementation of different scientific research, the broadening of international cooperation in the field of science and technologies. These and other issues we are going to discuss in different formats at this forum. And I'm absolutely sure that we can work out concrete recommendations for the strategic development of the Russian science, Russian industry, and which help us to come near to the better future. So I wish you fruitful work, well, in the topics we are going to discuss, fruitful approaches, and so the meeting the goals, which the President of Russian Federation has formulated. And also, I would like to add, dear colleagues, that the topics we are going to discuss and different venues, so it's quite actual, they're quite topical, because we have been at the mutual meeting of the Siberian branch of Academy of Science, and we have discussed these topics as well. And today we are going to determine what is the role and the place of the science. And so we are seeing that there are quite of scientific research we're doing. And for example, today when we visited the exhibition, one of the question was those who just so they were asked whether it is manufactured here or not. And when we said yes, it is ours. But sometimes we do not manufacture some things. That's why we're being here and buying from abroad, from our potential partners. And of course, the question arises, so well, we have got huge scientific and industrial potential. So we have got industrial potential. And of course, we are going to fill these gaps. And that's why we will make them work. And Alexander Dmitrich and Andrei Alexandrovich, they told about it today. And we are going to continue to speak on these topics as well. It is the science commercialization. So, and this issue, it could accelerate the implementation of the research in our practical life and in the products we are going to make. And so in particular, so we are speaking about the possibilities of the military complex. We are going to speak about it further. So how could it be done? And so we'll discuss it. So fruitful work, be success. Thank you.
Для приветственного обращения к трибуне приглашается Вячеслав Иванович Шпорт, член коллегии военно-промышленной комиссии Российской Федерации.
Участникам 7-го Международного форума технологического развития «Технопром-2019». Уважаемый Сергей Иванович, уважаемые коллеги, приветствую организаторов и участников 7-го Международного форума технологического развития «Технопром-2019». В очередной раз форум собрал на своей площадке представительное сообщество ученых и разработчиков, промышленников и предпринимателей, экспертов и представителей власти для обсуждения важнейших вопросов развития Российской Федерации. Задачи модернизации промышленного комплекса, внедрения и трансфера инновационных технологий, повышение качества жизни населения, развитие международной кооперации сегодня приобретает все большую актуальность. Важно, что эти стратегические вопросы являются основными темами дискуссионных площадок форума «Технопром-2019». Представленная на форуме выставка призвана продемонстрировать последние достижения в сфере производства отечественной, высокотехнологичной и наукоемкой продукции. Уверен, что приняты решения, установленные деловые связи, достигнутые договоренности в ходе работы форума и выставки будут способствовать ускорению
will contribute the acceleration of scientific and technological development of the Russian Federation. I wish all the participants of the forum fruitful work and successful solutions of all the tasks set. Deputy Yuri Ivanovich Borisov.
Respectful participants, we start our plenary, and its topic is the science of a new era, transformation technologies. So the moderators of the seated Boriskin, the chairman of the board of directors of Kiwi, Christopher Tan, executive vice president and partner of Pemandu Associates, dear friends, so the world is at the break of some changes. The fourth industrial revolution, as all the previous revolutions, so this revolution is based on the implementations of the new technologies. And now we are going to speak about these technologies, maybe about some of them. And so we'll start from the platforms. And what is the most remarkable one? Because now we're the witnesses of the creative and deconstructed platforms which have transferred several industries, for example, telecommunication and multimedia, up to catering and taxi and retail. But the existence of such platforms, it couldn't be possible because of the creation several decades before the technology, which is used exclusively in the scientific areas. We are speaking about internet, and it is just quite a good example how the science is influencing technologies using its tools. And on the level of business models and the platform business models, so they were based on the research of the economy, network economy, and the so-called surplus product. Because when the value of the platform, maybe it was internet messenger or marketplace, so they are just increasing higher than the number of its consumers increases in this or that marketplace. And in the nearest future, we would be the winners of the expansion of platform technologies, while in more regulated areas such as education and health service. So we would be the witnesses of geographical expansion, and also they are getting into B2B segment. But of course, this just motion won't be a smooth one. And it's not because all the sectors are quite even and they're transformed via platform technologies. But the main question is that the platform, as any technology, it's quite valuable, but it's quite neutral. It could be used for the globalization and also for commercial wars. Trade wars, and because this or that platform, it could be just a capture of this or that. For example, now we'll remember some episode about the trade war between the United States and China, where Google and Huawei were involved. The global character of the platform quite often gets into the contradiction with the national interests of separate states, and these states using their sovereignty, and because of the interests and safety of, and also tax problems or the personal data protection, of course, they're against regional expansion and against global platforms. And because at the certain point, the platforms on the initial stage, so they make the competition higher and the price was a reduction. So, but it could be changed in another way, because the platforms, they monopolize the market, and if the suppliers, there could be 100, 1,000, dozens of thousands, but as in the platforms, there could be 2 or 3 of them could survive. And it would be just the attraction of anti-monopoly measures. The digital character of platform made it possible to reconsider the role of data. And here is also the development of some neighboring industries. For example, cloud technologies, so they made it possible to reduce the cost of the storage of data, and the money which was spent, and it could be possible for huge corporations, but so they made it possible for the small companies, startup companies with quite low budget, because now they got possibility to scale their business model without just huge investments in the infrastructure. And if previously the data collection, it was quite separate and quite costly procedure, but in digital economy, it is a sort of a sub-product. With the increase and the activity of this or that company. In this case, we are speaking about social media geolocation. Well, and of course, now the thing internet with different senses. But what is the main problems? That this data, they are not structured. Because sometimes it's very difficult to organize them in this or that table. And in this case, the artificial intelligence will be quite helpful. In this case, it would be quite possible to work with this non-structural data, but of course we are facing new problems. Where are the borders of new privacy? Who is the owner of this data? Who can use this data? And so from the ethical point of view, is it possible to use this data not only for the forecasting, but also for the manipulation, to build in the social ratings? And we have already mentioned the expansion of the platform in the physical world. It couldn't be possible without robotization. As for robotization, it started with quite simple exercises, for example, in safe service systems, in supermarkets, in airports, in drug stores. But now robotization is just penetrating quite complicated. It is autonomous transport, constructions, it's 3D printing, it's health service. And so we can see that these technologies, they're not developing in isolations. They support each other and they develop each other. And artificial intellect should be just nourishing quite big data. But you will make nothing, realize nothing about this data, because now we're here on the threshold of the effect, which is quite known before paleontologists, this so-called Cambrian explosion, when due to the accumulation of evolution changes and exoskeleton, there was the explosion, the bang, and so we got biodiversity. And it underlines the importance of our last point. So the point of regulation. The new technologies, this is sort of a challenge for regulation because they're new. But the regulation influences the technologies in three main aspects. First, so they give technologies their value measure. And the past experience shows that the technologies, well, can make the life of the people better. But some experts, they say that technologies, which on the basis on the fourth industrial revolution, vice versa, they can lead to the split of society and the reducing of social mobility. And also the status of elite could be fixed. Also, it's very important they're finding the right balance about the consumers, business, and society. And the last one, the last but not the least, so we should find the new right balance between the risks of the new technologies, their external effects, and on the other side, the necessity of their development. And besides, created the competitive advantages for our domestic jurisdiction. And I would like to say that the development only in presentation looks quite automatic and is quite automatic. For example, when so we make clicks and everything moves, but in reality, so the development is done by people, well, in quite definite social and historical context. For example, the artificial intellect is approaching. Well, it was worked in the 50s over the last century. It was the symbol and machine approaches of educations, but they were just decades of quite hard work over people to make this approach it would be implemented in a practical technologies. As William Gibson said, the future is spread unevenly. And I hope that today it would be quite possible for us to make quite thorough analysis and quite thorough discussion for us to realize how we can do that the future in Russia would be, well, so the future in Russia will come no later than in the whole world. And I'm sure that we have got all possibilities for the development. And yesterday there was the new Renaissance and the stock exchange, 1 million, and it is a Russian company. So the Russian guys, they approached the stock exchange only in May. So quite complicated economic and geopolitical context, but now they're very successful. And of course, it makes us be sure that yes, we can do. So Platons and Netons could be born in the Russian land. And I would like to pass the word to my co-moderator, Christopher, who will tell how it is done on the level of companies, how can we survive and to make progress in our quite complicated time.
Добрый день, коллеги.
Good day, dear colleagues.
Business is the business of transformation. Specifically, it's helping people to deliver on their ambitions. Okay? So what I'm going to describe to you later is the fundamental 8 steps that you need to go through in this methodology of completing your transformation. But before we go into that, we have to understand first clearly some fundamental truths about transformation. The first experiential truth that we have to acknowledge is that size matters. Okay? If you want to accomplish a large transformation, something along the lines of the national development goals that Mr. Putin unveiled in May last year, these are huge transformations that by definition require many different pieces, many different organizations to play together in order to achieve the real outcome. This should give us some pause to think about how you assign responsibility. I will talk about why I say this later. There's a difference between assigning the responsibility for example, a national project to a particular minister and enabling that minister to work with all his other colleagues in the cabinet in order to deliver that objective. Okay? Conversely, if a responsibility is confined within a very small, a single organization, therefore, the expectation of that transformation accordingly has to be very small. Okay? I can only make changes within my scope of authority. But if I need to make a change across the entire nation, I need to be able to assemble the collective authority of the entire team in order to make the result come forward. This is one truth, and I'll explain a little bit later. So, but when you make people work as a team, and people are people, everybody has their personal objectives, every ministry has their own targets, okay? You will be forced to make some unpopular decisions. Because the truth of the matter, ladies and gentlemen, whether you are running the government or if you are running your own company, you will not have the time nor the money to do everything that you want to do. Okay? So, let's talk about step number 1, the true north. What do we mean by this, the true north? In the presidential representative's speech, he mentioned a very key word, commercialization. So let us speak about commercialization for a little while. What is the real objective of commercialization? Is it to create intellectual property? Is it to create the product? Is it to prove the service? Or is it to actually get somebody to buy it and give you money? Okay? So, a lot of us, when we run our companies, we don't really focus on what is the true north. Okay? The true north of any enterprise is to make money. And in order for you to make money, you need to know what products you want to sell, which markets you are going to address, what features are you going to include in your products, and at what time. You will not have the ability to do every market and include every feature for every product at the same time. Okay? Step number 2, why I mentioned this. Okay, so your true north has to be very clear to enable you to go to step number 2. Can we move to the next slide, please? So I just flew in last night from Nur Sultan. And you know, one of the most famous foods in Nur Sultan is the horse sausage. All right. And in English, we say, you're hungry, I could eat a horse. All right. But, ladies and gentlemen, eating a horse, like your company objective or like the national development target, eating a horse is not something that you can accomplish in one gulp. You cannot open your mouth big enough to swallow that horse in one attempt. If you try to do this, you will spend a lot of time trying to design a new digestive system, trying to design how to make your mouth open bigger, etc., etc. This will take a very long time. Ironically, sometimes the simplest solutions are the easiest way to get your big results. How do you eat a horse in Kazakhstan? You take that big strategy of yours and you grind it up in a sausage machine and you produce a linear series of small pieces of the horse that you can swallow one piece at a time. Now, the reason I use this analogy is because many times we forget that a strategy or a policy document is just one monolithic idea. It's a concept. But that concept does not match with one of your most critical resources, money and time. So you need to operate and understand the difference between a budget and a cash flow. All right? You have a big objective, which is your goal in 2026, for example. But the way to get to 2026 is to break down your actions so that you can know that tomorrow I have to do this. Next week I have to do this. The week after I have to do that. This is how you create a linear program of individual actions with clear accountability, clear targets, clear budgets, okay, so that you can slowly attack your problem. We do this in step number 2 in our methodology called the labs, okay? Number 3, next slide, please. Even after you have created your program, you have done your best with all the best brains to detail out your action plan. There is another truth that we have to acknowledge. our stakeholders are fickle. Your leaders, your political leaders, your commercial leaders, the market itself are sometimes very fickle. People change their minds. And our typical response as human beings is to respond to those new signals. And this has the potential to completely disrupt your program. So how do you make yourself pregnant? How do you make yourself committed to your program? Number 4, please. Next slide. Okay. After you collect the feedback from your stakeholders and so forth, you must publish your plan into the public domain. Okay? The governments around the world that I work with, and Pemandu works with 26 different foreign governments around the world. We work with them to say, you must publish your plans so that they are no longer secret. So as like for example, if you are the CEO of a technology company going for an IPO or you're trying to do some fundraising, you publish a prospectus. Okay, you publish your pitch document. Because you have published your detailed plans, you force yourself to stay committed to that plan. So even if you have a slight disruption to your program, you are able immediately to come back to your original plan because the people that you have shared that plan with are going to expect you to execute what you promised to do. And this is just the planning part. It's very easy. Okay? So identify what is the true north of your commercialization activity. Profit. Use that profit motive to then filter your decisions on what are the unprofitable things that we must eliminate and which are the profitable activities that we should promote so that I make the best use of my money. And then do the detailing of those actions so that you can monitor those actions. And then publish your action plan to the public so that they will keep you accountable. Okay, this is the planning, very easy. Planning still does not produce results. You need to keep the momentum after you have finished your planning. And this is now next step, please. KPIs, key performance indicators. Every government, every organization is very familiar with the concept of KPIs. However, most of the time, KPIs are used as a punitive measure. We use KPIs to try to do performance management. We want to catch people for not doing their job, etc., etc. This, ironically, has a demotivating effect on your people. When you use KPIs to punish, people will set their KPIs so low to ensure that they will succeed. And because they set their targets so low, your transformation doesn't happen. Okay? You will not change, your system will not change, your region will not transform if everybody is shooting for very small targets. You must allow your community to be ambitious. And you have to encourage them to be ambitious by allowing them to fail. To say that failure is okay. All right? Now, I say this as very easy. Failure is okay, but provided you know, next slide please, how to solve those problems for your people when they fail. Any transformational objective must have a very good governance structure in which the highest level authority is present to make decisions when your people face problems. We do this in all of our transformation structures because we know, we acknowledge that man can plan, but God determines. No action, no result is guaranteed. We assume that things will fail. But the issue is not to consider that failure as fatal. You must have a system so that you can monitor the progress of your programs, catch those failures as quickly as possible, and then make the corrective action, get your program back on track before it's too late. Now, the governments that I work with measure their KPIs every 6 months. It used to be annually. Now many governments have moved towards 6-month KPI reviews. And what does a 6-month KPI review mean? It means that potentially you as the leader of the organization are unaware that some project has stopped until the next report in 6 months from now, which means that you as the leader lose the ability to help that project simply because you didn't know. So we encourage, if you want to do a large transformation, acknowledge that people will fail. Design your KPI system to be as granular as possible. In the case of the governments of Malaysia and South Africa and Tanzania, they do their KPIs in weekly buckets. They measure their progress of government programs every week. And they do this not as a tool to punish people for not performing, but simply to provide a signal to the leaders that help is needed. Okay? Then we go down to step number 7. After you have done your work, okay, how do you ensure that the projects that you did are still relevant? These projects were conceived several cycles ago. Some product was designed based on user feedback from 1 year ago. You have now taken 1 year, 2 years to produce the prototype. How are you sure that this prototype is still valid in light of all the other innovations and changes that are taking place in the rest of the world? You now have to create a system where you can review the products, okay? Do a review with external experts, independent auditors, to make sure that you are still relevant. And then the 8th step in our process, next slide please, is to close the loop with your stakeholders to say, yes, sir, my target for this national project is 2024. This is my target, but this is how much I've accomplished in 2019 or 2020. No, sir, I have not hit the 2024 target yet, but look at what I have done. Look at the lessons that I have learned. Please continue to support me. Please continue to give me the budget for next year. Please, dear shareholders, don't sell the stock. Keep the company going because we are still on track. You have to assume and manage your operation as though your development cycle is continuous over many years. Okay? The transformation of a region or the commercialization of a particular platform is not going to happen overnight. But you have to understand that the government administration does not always work that way. Okay? Budgets are subject to change by parliament every year. All right? So you may find a transformation project that takes 5 years be approved in year 1. You get the project, you get the budget allocated to you for first year, and then it's taken away in the next budget cycle. Or some of your shareholders lose faith in you and they say, sorry, I'm abandoning this project. And now you have a prototype version 1 that is ready to go to market, but you have now lost the funding to actually take that final step. Okay? So publish your results. Keep your stakeholders engaged all the time. Be honest about your successes and be honest about where you have failed. But more importantly, make sure that when you talk about where you failed, do the post-mortem and clearly identify what happened and what actions you are going to take in the next cycle to correct it. So if you follow our advice from step 1 to step number 8, okay, you will be able to transform your strategy document or your policy or your company prospectus into detailed action plans that you can monitor for problem solving. We don't monitor for the sake of monitoring. Let's assume that people will do their job. Let them report their progress, but give them the space to tell you when they need help. And you as a leader must be present to provide that help when they signal that help, okay, is required, right? And then review your projects with the external community to make sure that you are still on track, that you are still relevant, that you are not investing in something that has potentially become outdated. You are going for a target that is no longer relevant. Okay? And then publish your annual report to your stakeholders to ensure their continuing support. I will come back at the end of the session with more examples, but in the meantime, please enjoy the other speakers. Thank you very much.
Спасибо. Спасибо, Кристофер. Интересно, можно ли...
So it's quite interesting whether it's possible to implement this transformation methodologies for the regions, for the countries. And I think that the answers we'll hear in the continuation of our meeting, because now we proceed to the plenary discussion. And so we'll invite Alexander Zhukov. So he is the Deputy President of the Federal Duma, Sergei Minyailo, envoy from the President of the Russian Federation in the Siberian Federal District, Travnikov, the Governor of the Novosibirsk region, then Vice Rector of the Peter the Great St. Petersburg Polytechnical Institute, Borovkov, Andrei Kuzyaev, the President of our holding, Valentin Parmon, the Vice President of the Russian Academy of Science, the head of the Russian branch of Russian Academy of Science, and Mr. Fomichov, the Director of Strategic Planning and Development of Complex Prom. I would like to say that there would be some other participants with us, and they will join us. They're between our just spectators, and we'll introduce them later. And now our topic is the science and the new era, transformation technology. And we are very just happy today, because today we have got representatives of different authorities, of different levels, and of different territories. We have got representatives of education, society, community, and industry as well. And I think that we'll study these issues from different sides. We of course we should just follow the agenda. We have got only 7-8 minutes, and the first question is to Alexander Dmitrievich. So, on your point of view, what is considered to be the main driver for the transition to the economy of high technology? Is it a state, education community, scientific community, or the companies themselves? Well, it's quite good and interesting question. And I think that business should occupy the leading place. Well, but it's quite evident that without science, without the support of state, quite serious support of the state, so this transition won't be possible to the real digital technologies. Well, have a look here. And the introductory part of our moderators, in their speeches, they have touched the idea that business is always striving to get in the maximum income. And it's quite evident that when we're speaking about the newest technology, everything is connected with the high risks. And it's quite obvious that from the starting point, it's very difficult to predict. So whether the new technology will bring some result or won't. And so the fundamental science just without industry, so it doesn't lead to implementation, because scientists, they invent anything, but then they would be, their main driver would appear, it is the businessman. And so some business should be built on the basis of this or that invention. But it's quite evident that the state should do utmost to create first the positive investment media, because it's quite characteristics for each business, for innovation business or non-innovation, but it's quite evident for innovation business it should be mostly positive media. And I think, and in the message of our president to the Duma, there was the tasks for getting Russia becoming the leader in the scientific research and development technologies, the growth of high-tech companies in high-tech spheres, and the task was to form quite good conditions for the private investments in technological startups. And in this case, there were quite a number of laws adopted. And for example, there was the law adopted concerning the industrial policy in Russian Federation. So it became the legislative basis for the development of technological parks. Which main ideas is the development of the investment activity and becoming it the element of infrastructure with the support of medium and small high technological business. So it is the law. So it creates the media of the support of high-tech business by the state. And from this point of view, the state is considered to be one of the drivers and maybe one of the leading business for the development of high-tech business. And as entrepreneurs also think so. And so we are at TECHNOPROM, and also today we just visited the exhibition. And there were quite interesting exhibits, quite interesting developers, and they were based on the most breakthrough achievements of science. And we can see that these developments, of course, they need just quite serious state support. And everyone, it was spoken that we are ready to implement. But nevertheless, we would like to get state support. Sometimes we would like to get the state order, or it could be, for example, state grant. And of course, we can't do it without some special taxation and tax favors. And of course, we have got, such sort of favors. And of course, we're supposed to work in this or that direction on different levels, on federal level and on regional levels. And for example, during the spring session of the State Duma, so we have adopted the federal law concerning the changes in in the law of the Innovations Center Skolkovo, which makes us to implement this development of Skolkovo not only on the territory of Skolkovo, but on the territory of the whole Russian Federation. So because now everything is also all provided only in Skolkovo. That's why we provide some just fruitful context for the development of the ideas and the support of high-tech business. And today we are just working on getting ready, several just legislative initiatives. For example, it was the laws dealing with the regulation of the digital media, and if we consider it to be of extreme importance for the support of technologies. And in accordance with this agreement, there would be the legislative regulation, in creating special legislative regimes and modes, the so-called playgrounds, which will make the possibility for the media to find the most effective directions of business. And of course, the final answer to your question would be what is considered to be the main driver. And so I think that everything should coincide, because there should be a businessman who is ready to implement this or that idea. There could be this idea or development as well, and further, with the help of the state, with the help of the creative mechanism, technoparks, and so on, the so-called institutional media for growing such of a project, some effective project could appear, and it could grow into and become big business. Thank you very much.
So this question
Может быть, имеет смысл посмотреть и на опыт.
makes sense to have a look at the experience of our partner, where the state actually limits their role in commercialization. I mean, the creating of institutional environment and legal environment, and probably the primary order. The internet was actually done on the order of the Department of Prospective Research of the Ministry of Defense of the United States. But you mentioned the regional aspect, and after that, I would like to ask Sergei Ivanovich, what are the best practices do you see of cooperation between science and technologies at the regional level, and what measures of support are actually we would like to have to the main important issue, which is like a scaling of our invention? Thank you so much. Good afternoon once again. I would like to say a few words about the previous issues, since they're interconnected. So you see, I don't know why, but we, it is a custom, so probably it is our peculiarity. So we have black and white, so which are two extremes, and between black and white we have a lot of shades, and in general it all depending on what kind of direction and what kind of field we are mentioning, what driver we are talking about. So let us say not a field of economy, but so probably the military ability. Who is the driver in this issue? I believe it should be a state. And if we're speaking about the other branch of economy, like, for example, any like agriculture, for example, or so on and so forth, and we need to understand who should be the driver here and should make assist. And after that, going to your question, the answer will be the following. First of all, we have to determine. So we have authority and we have science. And so in science, what I mean is education. And we have industry, we have production, and we have consumer. And depending on the situation, we need to determine the role and the place of each of these structure. Like as a driver, in some like issues I have already said. So in some it should be like state and probably the requirements of the market, and so the requirements of the market actually determine the development of economy and business in general. And in some issues it should be business itself. But so Valentin Nikolaevich and with other scientists of our academy, of the Russian Academy of Science, we always speak about one thing. There is a science, and so this is a kind of It's a kind of a field, and there is industry and production, so is a field, and there is authority. And so, do they coincide or do they cross? And so, since there was a moment when they used to work according to the orders, but we have already outlived this period, so whether it was necessary or not, but they did it. And there was a very difficult period when they didn't even like coincide, but they survived. And in my opinion, now they have to cross each other. And when they cross each other, we are speaking about like some kind of cooperational links. And in this situation, and the same thing, the question arises, like for example, so let us take science as an example. What is the role and the place of science in this issue? Whether it should be, whether it is a driver or it is a kind of just a scientific support, or this is what we are talking about, business. If I can do something that you need, that you demand, but tell me what you need and give me some like technical task. Unfortunately, mostly we do have examples today. We have very good examples today, like for example, a scientific institute named after Reshetnev and the Center of Radio Production and so on and so forth. And these examples, so this is just what our life needs. So this is the requirement of our life. And what we are talking about, until we create or until we renew probably the cooperational links, both scientific and technological, I mean within the science, and scientific and technological as well as industrial. And so there will be also cooperation between them. We will not get the effect that we need to get. And you also asked me about some regional things. Well, you know, in general, today, any cooperational link is a kind of interregional or intra-regional. And I would like to go back to science and to production or industry and the level that actually demands something. So we did some the kind of technopark, the layer between them. So this is a structure that should have been. And so we also have such an example that they implement what is necessary, what have been developed, and also to scale it and to introduce it, to represent it. And also, there should be kind of some improved advanced technologies, and we actually sell them as a kind of experimental one, or there are goods and goods, so let us say, not of mass production, so that's actually produced in a very small amount, but it is in demand as well. And now we have to, first of all, go to the first thing. You have already mentioned it, as well as Christopher also said about it. Now we need to go to the new technological level, a type of relationship, and we also looking at all this new type of relationship. We need to go to modernizing of our industry and at our production. And of course, so this is not a kind of our personal aim to introduce this product, but it has to meet the standards and the requirements of not only our internal one, but also global, international. And it should be competitive in its, first of all, quality, its cost and all the other things. And looking at this, so there are no actually gaps in the market. I know the niches have already been filled, but we need to fill the market, and we try to enter them. And if we enter these niches of the market, we should not enter them not as a kind of an analog of a product that actually we produce, but as a product which is in its level is higher, since, you know, we understand perfectly well that when we come to buy something and we do not know what is this and what is that, and we actually buy what we know, and the level has already been developed, and it has been developing for decades and centuries. So it is one direction. And who should do what? First of all, we also need to understand that if we speak about some flexible, the market, so what is flexible to the market is business. If it doesn't react, it doesn't actually reconstruct, it will never work. Therefore, in some issues, in my opinion, there should be not also assistance or like, for example, giving preferences, but regulation as well. There should be regulation. What kind of regulation? Like, for example, I have measures of state support, and I'm absolutely sure that at every ruble that was invested as a kind of a support into different directions of economy, or like, for example, business, there should be 3 or 4 rubles of effect, of return. And it also concerns practically all the directions and all the fields or in all the directions of economy. But to do it, there should be a specific system. So we say, hey, first of all, like we have a main role in a place, which is a government authority, and after that science, and this place is for business. But so, dear colleagues, dear entrepreneurs, if you want to produce what you want, so do it at your own risk. And if we recommend you something, so this is what we need, this is what is in demand, or for example, you prove that something is in demand, that it will produce a specific effect, and according to the criteria that I have already mentioned. So please, so we will provide you the measures of state support. Since any measure, so this is a budget, this is expenses, and we need to refill it somehow. And only with such an approach, like we actually can think about it, and some people can say that I can offer to go to the elements of state plan. In some fields of economy, probably this is what we should do, and in all the others should understand, and the state should understand where all the measures of the support that they provide, they go to. And if I speak to some representatives of power, like for example to some governance, and I say that for self-employment, and I say, dear colleagues, if we help as a measure of support only just for self-employment, to provide self-employment, we will not have enough strength, or will not have enough funds. And in my opinion, it all depends on the targeting, actually. Both of you, Boris and Christopher, you mentioned it about your platform, what I want to get as a result. And as I understand it correctly, what I want to get as a result, I will be able to calculate and to plan all the steps, starting from the nearest step and a long-term goal, and I need to understand at what level should be done, and what I have to do as a business person, who I have to ask, and who I may ask to do what I need. Of course, it is not for free. I mean science, but in this form, we have a commercialization of science. I mean, what they do in science. I mean, not fundamental science, of course, but some people, they do not what they want to do, but what is in demand today in many directions, and what is necessary. And for this, including also the state and business, they're ready to pay money for this. They're ready to pay real money. So, and all in all, this is a kind of generalized opinion, and I believe that without this, it is real to do something, or to become a kind of a driver, or it will be impossible to change something. And the second thing, I understand that there is a kind of multiplicative effect. If we have a scientific potential, there should be an education potential. Otherwise, it will never be refilled. So we increase the level of education. And if there is a technological or high-tech things for example, breakthrough things, and of course, the level of production also increases, and production is modernized, and the level of those and the education of those people who work at this production is also high. It increases. And so all in all, it is all interconnected. But we need to understand who and what is going to be a catalyzer, and who is going to be a steam engine, and who is going to help who. And if we speak about the region, or municipal scale or regional scale, I believe today it is not actually relevant, since at the regional level it can be done as a kind of a startup or TECHNOPROM. In Novosibirsk region and Siberian Federal District, we are very lucky, since we have the Siberian branch of the Russian Academy of Science, and there are regions where they do not have such science, and they do not have such a level of education. And all this construction we cannot actually implement from region to region. But, well, actually, if we define clearly what we want to reach and who must do that, and after that we need to understand how to do that and what we need for that. I believe that we will have a very good effect and we will understand where we have to invest money in and where we shouldn't invest our money in. So this is, and what is the most important in your opinion? Yes, 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 of course. So thank you so much. I believe the scientists, they have agreed with me. Thank you so much. And let us speak about those who are lucky.
Andrei Alexandrovich, you're the head of the unit of the subject of the Federation, and so it is one of the biggest educational and center, but also the head of the group of science and education. That's why you have got the educational point of view on these problematics. So what is the role and the impact of the Novosibirsk region in interregional cooperation and the cooperation of the region with the federal center? So, and what is their just impact in these parameters? Well, I am not going to estimate the role of the Novosibirsk region and the input of Novosibirsk region in the development of country. I think everyone here realizes it. But I would like to speak about the role of regions in the development of the scientific and the scientific technological development of Russia. Of course, this is the subject which is discussed at different in different discussions, venues, and especially after the adoption of the national project science. And for example, today at the meeting of this working group, so I apologize for some people who are present. Maybe there would be some repetitions, but my colleagues, governors, sometimes they say that the role of the regions, so it is reduced. So there are no just actions in these national projects. And so we can't influence the system of the higher education science because when we speak about the federal institutions, of course, we're facing such kind of a problem. But of course, it shouldn't be overestimated because the roles of regions in the science and technological development, so it's quite evident. Well, I can enumerate different directions. First, it is the role of fixation the personal potential on this or that territory, the role of management of different parts of these territories as well, if you speak about this or that region, because in order to create the conditions for the harmonious development, especially for the creation, the centers of the technological development. And it is quite actual for the Novosibirsk region because the scientific center here, it is located in quite compact territory, but it is the territory which is highly developed. And that's why we can make some decisions to make the development of this territory and the infrastructure as well. And besides, we shouldn't neglect the coordinative role of the regional administration because the authority of each governor, because it's quite possible and quite enough to build some operation connections inter-regional or inter-religion and to support or not to support this or that initiative at this or that time or this or that project and to make the priorities. And today, if there is some measures of the state support, measures of regional support, so of course we should study the demand. We should make some subsidizing or grant just mechanism, and so the role is evident and the role is quite big. But of course we are facing some problems. And again, speaking about different levels of administration, and there was the suggestion how to solve it. We are working it in our working group of the State Council. And also we consider here some just regional instruments, some regional tools, because the main part of our State Council, they are governors. That's why we would like to collect their suggestions and what should be changed in the regulations for the regions to get more possibilities, especially in the field of finance. In accordance of solving quite burning issues, well as for the issues of property, land property, also some administrative and personal decisions. And of course, we couldn't say that we are not solving these issues nowadays, so we are not using our authority, but sometimes it needs some additional efforts, time, control. We should control the situation because this or that federal body could just realize the decision which could be harmful for the scientific and technological development of the region. And I greatly hope that inside our working group, we'll just prepare such kind of suggestions, we'll just inform the President administration, and I think that the opinions of the regions would be taken into consideration and they would be supported. And because this hope is based, that we can see that this is the new nature of the dialogue between the President and the regions. Thank you very much. And now,
let us go from the regional. We will now go to the functional thing. And in this respect, I would like to ask Alexey Ivanovich, you are heading the working group of TechNet of NTI, National Technological Initiative. So now they have a very, very ambitious goal that they set is the achieving technological leadership of Russia in 2035. And how are the things going now with NTI, and how NTI interacts with other important problems? So first of all, with national projects such as digital economy and science. Thank you. TechNet, which are like leading production technologies. So one way or another, we are aimed at high-tech production and industry. The initiative was actually started by the President in December 2014. So we are going to celebrate 5 years, and we have 8 roadmaps, and we have just finished the competition for small and mid business. So this is a fund for supporting the innovation. 1.4 billion actually was allocated as subsidies, and so it will be 1.5 billion will be invested into small companies by their development. So this is a kind of a fifth line. So it is started into 100 of different companies that are leaders, and they are made at local breakthroughs. And also there are such initiatives that a lot of people know. University 2035 of a new level, and a project of education intensive island. And on the Ruski Island, this is it collected 1,000, and it's Tech 1,500 people that come from the region just to get acquainted with technological frontier, with the best practices. And after that, I would like to go to the fact that new technologies like TechNet and Roadmap that was supported and that actually was formed a kind of a basis. And with Sergei Ivanovich, we actually in November we signed it. This is TechNet Siberia in Tomsk, and so there was a meeting of the engineer of Siberia, 450 people, and so there was this Siberian agreement with association organization that actually coordinates the activity of a lot of organization in Siberian Federal District, which is the organization, and also its influence into the industry. I saw that there is a general construct of ODK, and we have a roadmap of TechNet ODK, which 2024 they have a very good plan for all the enterprises that actually influence on ODK that are located in different regions. So there are federal aspects, high-tech problems, and as well as some regional aspects. I also would like to mention that the leadership is a national initiative. It has formed a new paradigm, the paradigm of like a kind of projecting from the future. We need to see the markets of the future. We need to form, as it was said in the plenary, in our reports, we have to form the roadmap, and we have to control them. We need to understand what kind of technological barriers or like administrative barrier we have to eliminate them, since any roadmap is actually, like, for example, to exclude some normative barriers or administrative barriers, and this is also a very good input into regulatory activity. And after that, breakthrough into the local direction, and actually, where there is a kind of a leap, and after that, formation of technological preference. And so there are some companies, and there is a very important aspect, and Ministry of Trade and Commerce actually helps with standardization, and they have to implementation of the best practices, as well as the formation of so-called that standard certified aspects of their solution. And within the frames of NTI, I would also like to say there is a very pride of approach that was implemented into the science project. This is a competence of NTI that are responsible for the leadership in specific direction, like new production technologies, for example, and they're also responsible for the cooperation with for the systematic organization of networking. For example, our Center of Competence of NTI on the base of St. Petersburg Polytechnic University, according to the new production technology, we have formed consortium from 59 organizations, where, like, for example, include such organizations like Rosatom, Rostech, that also consist of 700 other organizations, and we needed to form local consortium to form different tasks and different challenges. I would like to note that now we are at the next viral of our development, the stage of our development from the scientific and educational center. I would like to note Kuzbas, Tyumen, Perm region, where they have already 4 mega projects, like, for example, in Kuzbas, including with our participation and an input of NTI is quite big there. It is a digital mining enterprise, and so that is also a digital pool, which is the largest one in our country, so which is a little bit smaller than Mississippi and Amazon. And the next one is like within 30 minutes, we're going to find it with mathematical institutions of the Russian Academy of Science. They had won a competition to create a new scientific center in the field of mathematics. So it is also a kind of NTI and the global level of cooperation. So we have started a new paradigm, a new global paradigm. We have started also supported by new institutions, and we have leaders that are supported by many institutions. I would like to mention one problem: national champions that are also controlled by Ministry of Education, and they are oriented at mid-business. And I also have characterized it, and there is a federal project of the digital technologies and the breakthrough technologies. So we have also developed a roadmap, and we have involved more than 150 organizations into its creation, 250 experts, and in a very short term it was done, and it was already approved by the government commissions. And there will be a lot of new projects, like, for example, leading scientific centers, and we are going to start and activize the activity of 7 institutions, the development institutions that we have. I would like to say that NTI is a kind of a very good start, and it started a lot of processes that actually implement a lot of practices into many national projects. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. You have mentioned the importance of interaction with the scientific and academic community, and therefore have a question to Valentin Nikolaevich. So first of all, I would like to share to our panel.
So if you look at the places we occupy, concerning the level of publications, well, it could be sometimes it could be 11th place. As for patent, it is the 8th place position. As for the Nobel laureates, we are in the first 10 in so in the first 3. But what happens further with the commercialization of our outstanding just gains? Why are they not commercialized inside Russia? And if they do, quite often it happens in other countries. And so the first question is to you, and then going back to the topic of our plenary, The science of new era and the era of science. So what are the challenges we faces if we forget about, for example, about the scaling? Thank you very much. Firstly, I would like to express my point of view concerning your first question. Who is considered to be the first driver of the technological breakthrough and leadership? Of course, it is a state, but clever, just smart state. And in this case, it means that the education and science, well, is considered and is taken into consideration. Well, if possible, I would like slides. So, friends, so the main topic of our forum is transformation. And for example, last year and this year, there was the greatest transformation of everything, of state, and state turned the face to the science, and it happened for the first time for the last decades. And there was the national project science. And as for the people of Siberia, we consider that our task is very serious, just to fulfill what is implemented and implied by this project. So what is Siberia and the science of Siberia? It is the Siberian branch of science. It exists for 63 years, and it is responsible for the leadership, technological leadership and scientific leadership on the whole territory of Siberia, and it makes 70% of all the territory of Russia. As for the goals and for the goal indexes, so indicators, we consider that the first goal, it is the making its attraction for Russian and foreign scientists, to make it attractive to work in Russia. And if we won't just cope with this goal, all our intellectual potential, all our scientific and business potential, so because everything we have got in our brains, and it is our main tasks. And as for the priority of the national project science, so they are the right priorities. Well, and we can make some more priorities. But considering our Siberian branch of science, we consider that the main driver of our mood and what is happening within us now, it is the smart state. And in February last year, but then it was in the documents of April 2018. So the concrete tasks were formulated for the Siberian branch of Russian Academy of Science. And so we have started the development, and with the envoy, there was the plan of the complex development of the Siberian branch of Russia Academy of Science, taking into consideration long-term plans, and then the administration of Russia, so they should the development, the plan of the development of Novosibirsk Akademgorodok, and these two orders. So they solve the question we are speaking about, the questions we are speaking about, the issues we are speaking about. So it's quite good ideas, and so for the first time, within the last 29 years, we got the regulation from the President of Russian Federation, considered the complex development of the huge part of the Academy of Science, because Siberian branch, it is 1/4 of the whole Academy of Science. And as for the development of the Novosibirsk Scientific Center, it was considered by Novosibirsk was named the scientific capital of Russia, and everything was fulfilled. So, and now about some positive moments in our life, in the life of Novosibirsk Science. So there were some financial events, but also after the adoption of the National Project Science, First, there was the building of the center, more price of 30 million rubles, and it is one of the large-scale project. Also, there was the continuation of the realization of the infrastructure of the mega project, National Geophysics Complex of the Russian Academy of Science around the Baikal Lake. So, and this project is realized in this year, and more than 1 billion rubles is used. Also, within the framework of the National Project Science, we have created over 74 youth laboratories, so with good financing. And of course, it's a very useful help and for making the personnel to stay with us. Also, so we can boast, as it was said, Novosibirsk has won the competition for the creation of the International Mathematics Scientific Center of the world level, and participates in 2 consortiums, which won. So the competitions for creating the centers of genome study, and so that is the result. And also, as was said, there was the first 5 pilot projects for creation the scientific and educational centers. There are two educational institutions of Siberia. So what is very important, it is the creation, the comfortable media for those who make education, who make science. In Akademgorodok, the scientific center, they should be the centers of attraction of the highly qualified scientists. They should be targeted to 30, 50 years ahead. And also 2 cities, they are considered to be the most fixation cities: Tomsk, the university, Novosibirsk. So for it being unique for multi-educational complex. For those who are not from here, I would like to show you what we are speaking about. So the Novosibirsk Scientific Center. So 3 academic towns, Naukograd, 52 research institutes of the Siberian branch of science, 4 federal research centers. Novosibirsk, also we have got 24 universities. We have got the center of world level named after academician Mishalki, is cardiological center. We have got the best academic park in Russia. So that's why we have got quite a lot of things to rely on. So, and last year, Putin was in this very building. So we have presented our program, Akademgorodok 2.0, and it was approved. And so this is the current condition of this project realization. The structure of the administration of the Novosibirsk region is reorganized, so they have formed the special ministry. So we have made the decision for the development of social and transport infrastructure, for example, using regional resources. At the administration of Novosibirsk region, they have created the coordination council for the realization of this project. Over 10 flagship projects are on the stage of agreement in the federal investigation programs. And besides, so we have started the concrete realizations. So now first we started, and it's quite symbolic one, and we have started with the development of the Lyceum named after academician Lavrentiev, who was the creator of the Russian branch. Now we have got 4 stories starting from March, and we hope next year, so it would be started into operation. Then we'll create this unique system of administration, management. And I think we have got points of view, and also And so this is our calendar. What will happen? So everything is okay. Besides that, business and technological breakthrough demands also the trust to our just federal developers, and there won't be some just lack in financing and postponing in financing. Because, for example, besides of May, and we were expecting to get money in May, and it was according to the budget. Now it is the middle of September, but we haven't got money yet. And I would like just to say the final words, that the technological leadership of Russia, the mightiness of Russia and the mightiness of Russian science would be grew through Siberia. Thank you.
It is a very impressive result and even more impressive plan. I also like the idea about the clever state. And so let me, from the authorities, bodies and institutions, I would like to go to the level of companies. And I have a question to Oleg Vladislavovich. From your point of view, what technologies of the fourth industrial revolution do you consider to be the most promising for the growth of your business? And the second one, and what is the scale do you see for your business? So it is not a secret that for the platform and as well as technologies in general, the scale is of importance, and we see there are a lot of different platforms, American platforms, Chinese platforms, Indian platforms, and it is connected with a very big internal market. In Russia, we have, as in terms of scale and project within our states, they're actually not so, well, let us say they're not so outstanding then in these countries. And what is the economy of scale for you, and how do you, and what kind of economy of scale do you see acceptable for you? Thank you so much for your question. Well, on a whole, the scale is actually dictated by the level and by the sector that business operates in. And since there are different categories of business and there are such, I would like to say, multifunctional and many branches of holdings, they can actually work in different spheres and they can look for different niches. And when they see where the markets are growing, and they go there and they develop different businesses there. And there are some very narrow ones that actually develop, like, for example, within the frames of German models, they increase the level and probably they try to get a niche. And so since there are some of them that are very narrow in comparison with scales of Apple and Google, but there are only two companies in the world in this niche, and they dominate and they produce high-quality products, and nobody can get into this niche. And I believe that we have a potential both in the way of holding for different models. And the first two models, it is mostly connected with the development of digital technologies. Then DIGIS gives an opportunity to go to different markets. And here is the issue about platform. I would say that so that's a very trivial answer, whether you're a platform or you work at the platform. So since there is no third variant in Digit nowadays, you do one thing or another thing. And there is also a variant of creating your own platform, I mean, for Russian companies. So in my opinion, first of all, they are connected not with the competition, with the monsters that actually exist at the consumer markets, like, for example, Amazon or Alibaba or all the other. But so there's fast development area where there are no so obvious global leaders. So these are production, platform production, internet, and digitization of production. And here the competition is quite tough, and definitely we have a candidate to the world leaders, but there is no domination, like, for example, at the universal platforms. We do not see it here. And we actually consider the variants, if we say about like digitalization and industrial internet, it is first of all digitalization of production. And if we speak about like a brand new industrial technology, so this is Internet of Things. And in general, for business, I would like to say, and to go back to the discussion that we have already had about who is and what is the driver of business, or should it be an innovation driver is a state of business. I would like to reformulate and I would like to combine them into one, since in my opinion, state is absolutely important. It can it can assist or make any innovative activity absolutely impossible, but within the frames of the thing that it creates the infrastructure and it creates the institutional conditions. Of course, it is a driver of innovative development as it is. And in my opinion, of course, it is business, since if we look at cooperation of business and science, and as a result, so there are breakthrough technologies appear and breakthrough products appear. And to start this cooperation, so first of all, we need to have competitive business that should have resources to invest into innovative development, and that also should function in a more or less comfortable economic environment. Just the first is no crises, and it's the first condition to start any kind of cooperation. And sometimes we even have this problem, as it is well known. But this is just a starting point, and after that, business has to find the developers that it would like to cooperate with. And so, a state, actually, to tell the truth, has done a lot recently, since they have created very big infrastructure for business and developers to like a kind of interact. And we also have Skolkovo, a lot of technological valleys, technoparks, and so clusters they also created. And we form technological platforms to give an opportunity for developers, and so as well as state bodies and business, and they could sit together and they discuss the possible projects. But it is not a guarantee that Russian business will go to Russian science, unfortunately, for development, since the easiest and the direct way is the import of existing technologies. And this is what Russian business does, actually, the most part of it, since you work in a very tough competition in the market, and if it is a global market, so you actually start using the technologies and the equipment that your competitors have. And only after that, when you have reached a kind of a level of technological maturity and you are at the same level as your competitors, you actually come to something that gives you an opportunity to be ahead of your competitors. And only in this way there is a space for cooperation, and here for Russian business, but as well as in any other international business. Well, Russian business need not only like scientific developments as they are, but probably potentially just technologies that work and that can be implemented into industry. So business will not do like alone, since it has to be supported by the state, that will give an opportunity for technologies that appear and the scientific ideas that appear in institutions, like actually to implement them into a kind of a working prototype that can demonstrate that the technology can be implemented and its industrial application. So, and a lot of things have been done in this respect, and venture market also works that actually supports and it actually leads startups to the stages that it can be demonstrated and can be sold to strategic investors, or probably it can be led independently to different markets. And of course, what state should do, and in my opinion, here from all the construction that I have already described, so I would like to say that this success, well, not actually really good, is actually to eliminate like some legal risks. I would like to say that as for our legislation, we would like to do that the legislation should follow the development of initiatives, but unfortunately its legal application actually like is very slow, and it influences all the stories of cooperation of business and science. And well, the key factor, in my opinion, it is the last but not least, is of course personnel, like personnel at different kinds of level. This is what Alexei Barakov have already mentioned, that this personnel who should create like new innovative business like startup and so on, that they have to generate ideas and stuff for business that are going to and they will adequately implement them. And it is a very big problem, not only that in the categories that I have mentioned, and that not like work in specialties, that is actually improving little by little. And we have some very big problem with the technologies in different enterprises, since like all those who worked in the Soviet era, they already retired or probably they passed away, and like all the new ones, they gone to digit, and they started to be like we do not have people educated into some specific areas. There's those people who actually provide the quality of technological process, and this is what like business cannot do individually, and this is what is actually necessary for the cooperation of business and science. And without it, the development of business and science actually slows down. Thank you so much. But also that we see kind of a vicious circle here. We need a scale to implement our own standards, and on the other hand, so it is not profitable to develop standards actually for a small market.
На мой взгляд,
And here we think that this is the way out of making our cooperation of Evrases, because, well, where it is far away, so no one is waiting for us abroad. But here it is the real problem. So, and I can speak about my professional activity, but returning to the technological level. Andrei Leverich, so your company in year 2017 made the decision for the development of such key technology as the fourth international revolution, as internet things. So can you speak about the history of this project, what is happening now and what will happen in future? I would like also to debate with the previous speakers, and I would like to say that we can just decode the name of our session in various ways. So, for example, the new era and the science of new era, it is technology of transformation, or the transformation isn't possible without science. That's why I would like to make some remarks. And I think that in front of us, as the whole country, now we have got technological and global challenge. And when we're discussing here the state, science, entrepreneurship, so all we are one nation. So let's imagine then a decade ago, there was no such breakthrough which happened in the 60s last century. What sort of nation could we be? Or, for example, let's mention the earliest period. So it was the issue of nuclear energy. For example, atom fission. This technology was developed for the military purposes, but now Rosatom is one of the engine of the progress, and we can see precisely what technological challenges they determine the future of our country. And our today's discussion. The answer to this technological challenge. So the question is whether we would be a great nation just in several decades or no. Could it be possible for us to get on a wave of a new digital era and digital epoch, and not only in the scale of our country, but could we make some technological decisions, such platforms, services, products, which could be products in the framework of the whole world, in the scale of the world, and it is our challenge we would face. And as for speaking about the transformation, I think that the transformation should be not only within the separate companies. There should be the transformation in the scale of the whole country. So new era, new country, new goals, and new possibilities of reaching this or that goals. And I would like to highlight that now we see the first transformation. that now the science say now, so the state is facing us. And as a business planner, I can say that now we're just thinking about how to stimulate the innovation, the investments, and the innovation growth. Of course, we are waiting for quite long, but I think it will come, and there would be such legislation which would stimulate the innovations and will ensure one part of our risks, and for us not to be bankrupts in case we are not very happy. And of course, so we shall share success, and we share not very successful events. That's why we should transform on the levels of regions. And I constantly am thinking about, because I was born in the Urals, and I think why? Because many years ago in Soviet time, it was Siberia. So the Siberian branch of Academy of Science was created in Siberia, in Novosibirsk, and now working here and communicated here. Now I think that the main reason is that Novosibirsk is located quite far from the center. That's why you could make more initiatives, and that's what you competitive advantage, more freedom, more advantage, more interests. And in this case, in the case of the innovational development of the region, converting it from the center of science into the center of innovation activity, and in this case we would move in this direction. And several words about my company. So our company is 18 years old, more than 20,000 people working, and we are working on the territory of the whole country. We have created this country, nothing was 18 years ago. We have built telecommunication company. It is number 5 in country. At the end of the year 2015-2016, we realized that what we have done, so this market has already formed. We were created it as the private company of television and internet, but 80-70% in the bigger cities. And so now we faced the dilemma. What we're supposed to do, just to have growth of 2-3%, or to look for the new market and to look for the new points of growth. And now, of course, we have got competences, we have got knowledge, we have got experience. And then we have made the decision to create the family of products which are connected with the just industrial Internet of Things. And I could say that now we have got just dozens of new products. And of course, we haven't created all these services ourselves, because we'll try to integrate the decisions which we are done with the technological possibilities we have got. And telecommunication companies, it is the companies which create infrastructure. So we could be providers, we could be integrators of more or less done. And one principal point of view, and it deals with what? So when we are just coming, and quite often we say that IT and telecom, they are drivers of the economic growth. But as for our company, I would like to say we couldn't be drivers today if we do not transform ourselves, because our level of automatization is approximately, and digitalization is approximately 50%, but it should be 90, because now we have got 20,000 just people, but the productivity should grow higher. Now we spend 2 or 3 years to produce new service, new product, just to approach the market. But now we'll need to reduce this period for 2-3 months. So this is the challenges we face. Thank you very much.
So really, you said that that's a kind of, I would like to say, note of optimism, since we have branches where we can set the standards, we can dictate them. So this is like military cooperation and nuclear energy. So this is our GLONASS. Well, this is what we shouldn't forget. And of course, space. So therefore, I would like to ask Kirill Germanovich Akhotkin, which is in charge of information satellite systems. So your branch is traditionally very knowledge intensive. So therefore, the question that I have, what are the best practices of interaction of technological company, like for example of you and scientific institutions exist? Well, thank you so much. The space industry in general and space tech and satellite systems that we actually introduce is one of the knowledge intensive branches in our economy, and we have a very good basis here, and so we have all prerequisites for the break new at the global level. And since the space system that we have, and it is one of the main element for transform our economy, and the system that is going to provide the connection of all the territories of our country. And it is a well-known fact that a very good condition, like a breakthrough development, is also the cooperation of science and production, and as well as education. And we also work in this field for a long time. We had created new mechanisms and model in the format of integration plus with our main academician partner. This is like a Siberian branch of the Russian Academy of Science. Our company have very high tech implementation of all these ideas that is represented by our scientific community. And we have created a complex system to manage the preparation of our staff, the education of our staff, to combine with the science, with the innovation, and with the work at the production directly. Like, for example, new personnel. This is motivated personnel. That's actually ready to work there, and they work with a great desire, and they would like to work in our region, and also combination with science. And in our opinion, the best practice here that is recommended itself is technological platform of our satellite system, which is a communicative site that unites us and our colleagues and our partners that actually had this partner, and they say the ties for the industry, and more than 100 participants from different academic institutions and universities from different regions of our country. But the main core of our partners here in the Siberian Federal District is Krasnoyarsk, Novosibirsk, which is also our Zheleznogorsk site with a territory with high concentration of science and industry. And here we actually use different tools to support science and scientific development, innovative development. The more prospect one is also offered by the Ministry of Science and High Education, which is like the full information technological science. Here we, with our colleagues from this Siberian branch, we have proposed a new program of global information systems that starting from the fundamental studies and from the scientific and basis, and also the modernizing of a new satellite-like system. This is geodesics, and after that they are going to the market of new space services, and it probably will be implemented due to the creation of new digital platforms, due to the complex of unification from different space complex and geopositioning and geodesics, and as well as the integrated development of new data, which will give an opportunity to create new breakthrough technologies and services that will form the markets of the future. And to conclude, I would like to say that we also work with different tools that, like, for example, to support the development of the territory that we are located in, and to support the innovative scientific activity, and within the frames of national projects and other projects. And the most successful here in our work will be the combination of the tools that actually support the development of branch and regional competences and interregional interaction, since our partners are in different regions. And our many years of experience of interaction has also demonstrated that this program is successful. Thank you very much. At the very end, you have mentioned the importance of regional aspect, and I would like to ask our next speaker, Rustem Ramilevich Hafiz, the Deputy Director of Association of Innovative Regions, of all the regions of Russia, about how innovations live in the regions.
Thank you, Boris. So if we're speaking about the regional aspects of the development of innovations, because now of the most discussed initiatives, it is the preferential modes, and I would like to say that today it's more than 500, and the Ministry of the development, of the regional development. So it's speaking about the investors when they come to the regions. So it is the administrative just regulation, and it's not legislative, because now we'll discuss the attraction of the workers to these territories. And if you speak about the high-tech development of the territories, it's not necessary. It is not necessary without companies, because now we have got national champions. So they're so-called regional champions, because if the region say that about high-tech business, and when business comes for the support, so it's very important to work and to react for the business which we have got there. And for example, as for Renaissance appeared, and so in this case, a unicorn appears. So it is high-tech business. Now it is at the top of it's at the cornerstone, and it formulates the climate in the region, and we need to support it. And so what we can see and what happened here, so it is what's the measures of the pause? They are from the side of the state, and of course they're used, but the volume of market, the cooperation they have got, and the law 2021, 2023, and how to form the equipment using so for farm favors for the buyers. There should be some measures of support, because the pharmaceutical industry, because when we have got to our telecommunication companies, when they it's not because of the quality of equipment, but because the main factor is price. And usually foreign company wins because they can give just lower price. And of course it is very important moment we are supposed to think about. And much was spoken about the academic science and the university science, the so-called cooperative science. Because now we are just it's quite in great demand, because we have got unique corporations, and they have got unique R&D centers, and so the medium business can come and make order, and we'll need how to formulate the mechanism for the support of the medium business and to lower its risks for them to come to these R&D centers and to be over the world level. So this is my comment. Thank you. Thank you very much. Now, we have got one participant, but so this is the girl. Her name is Dasha. Well, and so this, and she would be assisted by Alexander Zaitsev of the company with the same name. Now, you will show what Dasha can do. And also, I would like to say, so why all this intelligent, they have got female names. I know only Oleg, but maybe it was named after Tinkov. But all other names are female names. Is this a tendency? So this is a tendency, because female name, it is associated with something we can trust, something quite safe, so quite known to us. Now we'll demonstrate it.
All the skills that Dasha has. Yes, now I'll initiate a telephone call, and I will talk to Dasha in the real-time regime. So now, while we are actually dialing, I would like to say that in Emphasa network in Novosibirsk area, so they have a robot whose name is Nikolai, so which is also a male name, and I believe he's trusted, especially by women, since the time it started, and the number of calls has already increased. I mean, the calls from women. So this is absolutely great, and I believe that we have to start like both with female and male voices, since for every person can use the robot that he or she likes. Is Dasha ready? Yes, yes. And now I'm initiating. Hello. Hello, Dasha. My name is Dasha. As I understand correctly, that now you are at the forum TECHNOPROM and you want me to give you more information about this event. Yes, can you please give more details of what the participants should visit and probably the places that they should visit? Well, they have a very big choice. There are more than 90 formats at the program of forum that they have super interesting topics like, for example, innovations in medicine, new technologies in education, and of course there will be sessions devoted to artificial intellect. I don't know how about you, but I will go there. Okay, no doubts. But could you please tell us, in your opinion, what can the artificial intellect is capable of? It is not only some entertainment functions, but probably some interesting things, right? Yes, to tell the truth, I do not only some entertainment functions, I also have and solve a very difficult business task and help companies to make money. And I manage brand loyalty, and there's also different conversations like telephone conversations. And the main thing, I'm never tired and I'm never sick, and I never have bad mood, and so I can have an unlimited number of calls. And this is what I'm doing now. Thank you so much for your answers, Dasha. Thank you so much for everybody that you have devoted your time, and all the best. Bye. Well, I believe that it is a very good finish of our panel discussion. And before finishing, I would like to give floor to Christopher. Since I was asking questions, he was listening very, very carefully, and he was writing it down, and he would and probably he's ready to resume our plenary session. And now I would like you to focus on the following aspect. I know that your company has a lot of contracts with the government agencies concerning the implementation of innovations. And how does this experience, how it can be useful, how it can be used in Russia? What are the best practices here?
Barry, I know it's before lunch and everybody is getting hungry and tired. So let me, I beg forgiveness first. I'm going to say something. Please don't take offense. I see there are 7 speakers on the stage with us, and I'm reminded of a very old English children's story called The 7 Blind Men and the Elephant. Right? Where essentially, when you bring 7 blind men into a room, I'm not saying you're blind, this is just a story, and you ask them to describe what an elephant is like, they will touch the elephant, and they will all come up with differing answers because they are touching different parts of the elephant. So my conclusion here, what I'm trying to say is, I think everybody on the stage has said something correct, but at the same time, it's not perfect. Yeah? I personally don't like the term commercialization, okay? Because commercialization does not tell me exactly how we're going to get to the true north that the nation desires, okay? If we follow the traditional definition of commercialization, it starts from ideation, prototyping, pre-commercial sampling, you did a commercial prototype, then you create a commercially market acceptable product or a service. Now, let us think carefully. I just Googled some results here. How many people know that Tesla is we all know what a Tesla is. Hugely acceptable. Everybody aspires to own an electric car. That company was unprofitable for 14 years. It didn't make its first profit until year 15. Uber. Everybody has Uber on their phone. Now it's Yandex. Uber is still unprofitable, even though it's a perfect product. Okay, so from a commercialization standpoint, this is a perfect success. Great products, great service, everybody loves them, you're not making money. So I have to ask the leaders of the nation here, what is the real objective of this attempt to drive commercialization? To me, commercialization actually the path to the real objective actually extends from commercialization into sales. Now, the real problem then, the distinction between commercialization and sales is that commercialization is about quality, sales is about volume, it's about scale. Yeah? Now, when we put these things together in a chain, in a value chain, we will start to see that the ownership of the different parts of the value chain change. And this is where Menyalo was perfectly correct when he says there is no black or white. We are living in a gray space. The ownership for the ideation phase. And how do we characterize ideation? Research and development, high risk, very unpredictable chance of success. Okay? Which sector, public or private, should be the rightful driver of such a phase of this activity? Clearly, the state should drive this part. Okay? The development of new ideas, the creation of fundamental technology platforms, all that absolutely should be created by the state, should be driven by the state. But if we go to the end of the chain, how do we do sales? Sales, you intend for your technology to be sold across the world. And the world is very big. Okay? The government is in no position to be promoting sales, right? This end of the chain must be driven by the companies themselves, right? Because your embassies are perfectly positioned, but they don't have all the time to promote every product to every country that they are in. MinPromTalk has the trade office in every country. They don't have enough time to promote every product and every service. The businesses must be held accountable for doing the necessary business intelligence to tell us which country do we stand the best chance of making some real money with this particular invention, given their understanding of the demand, of the needs of the target country. So it's a supply and demand situation that we have to tie together. So, but even commercialization, okay? Commercialization is characterized by heavy capital investments. Okay? Research and development is expensive. We cannot expect our companies to invest in R&D, fundamental R&D. Companies should be encouraged to invest in developing applications based on those fundamental platforms. Now, then the question is, how do you incentivize those companies to spend the time to take this fundamental technology and develop it into something that is usable for the consumer? Okay? Then the question of working capital. Developing new applications requires heavy investment in design tools, in failure analysis, in certification fees, etc., etc. Alec made a very good point just now about standards. It is one thing to develop standards for Russia, but in order for me to sell overseas, I actually have to comply with the standards of the buying country, not the exporting country. And that requires another investment, okay? And then you need to be very careful to select which countries to invest in so that you are not doing research to certify your product for every country in the world, but be very, very focused on where you can make the most money. So it's still, you have a successful platform, but you still need to worry about the sales part, because that is what gives the country the money, that's what creates jobs, that's what drives the country forward. Now, in certain examples, in case of Malaysia, for example, just for your information, I used to work for Intel Corporation for 20 plus years. And then when I joined the government, I was made in charge of the transformation program for the electronics manufacturing industry. Now we found that entrepreneurs, we have no shortage of entrepreneurs in our country that were capable of designing chips and new modules and so on and so forth. But these companies were caught in between investing their limited working capital in driving production or buying equipment to test their products, to buy their design tools and so on and so forth. So we in Malaysia took the initiative to get the government to fund shared services centers in the universities. So where now we incentivize the universities to play very closely with the commercial world. This model is very, very prevalent in America. From when I worked in Intel, I used to spend a lot of time at the University of Michigan, where we Intel, paid for a research lab at the University of Michigan. So the professors at the University of Michigan were doing work for Intel using the tools that we paid for, but we own the IP jointly with the professor. This is a discussion that is currently going on in Malaysia today. Professors at universities are incentivized in a very different way. They are incentivized by publications. They are incentivized by citations. So it does not really matter if the research that they do doesn't produce any money, because they work in a different world. But the Americans have allowed their professors at the university to co-own intellectual property that is created in their labs with the company that originally funded the research. And this gives the academic community the incentive to focus their attention on things that have real commercial value, instead of things that are just going for a paper or going for a competition or something like this. All right? We even do this in the area of public health in Malaysia. And this is a conversation that I hear it's quite valid in Russia as well. Our citizens also dislike going to the public hospitals. Okay? They always prefer going to the private hospitals for obvious reasons. Now, our university hospitals are among the best hospitals in the country. But because the doctors are paid so poorly, they always migrate to the private sector at earliest opportunity. So we changed the law in Malaysia actually to allow these specialists at the university hospitals to practice privately for 4 hours a day, all right, within the public hospital, so they can make money and still remain available to provide good service to the general public, all right? Now, so I'm tying all these things together. So the upstream part of the sales cycle should be absolutely driven by the state, but there are things that we need to do to ensure that both the academics and the companies are properly incentivized to participate. Then after you create the innovation, then there's the issue of production. And production is now a volume game. And here is where the regions start to become more prominent, because the regions are where you have the source of labor, there's the source of land, there's the source of logistics, all the assistance required to enable a company to build a factory and make it operational. All that support comes from the region. But that's just manufacturing. Then how do you sell? Selling overseas is now a knowledge-based conversation. It's about knowing the market. It's about identifying clearly which fronts to attack, right? And this one clearly has to be driven by the private sector, by the companies that are actually doing it. So now I summarize all this by saying, if we look at this as a big train, the locomotive of the train actually is the company. They are the ones that are pulling this train. And doing it this way is very good for the government because, number one, it relieves the government of the burden of trying to figure out everything. Okay? Let the private sector use their own market intelligence to drive the program. The second good thing about this is that private sector CEOs are self-monitoring. You as the government do not need to spend time to chase the CEO of a company because he is accountable to his chairman, the chairman is accountable to their shareholders, and so on and so forth. If they fail, there are consequences that the government doesn't even need to worry about. So this is how countries like Malaysia, China is a very, very good example of how they are promoting the export of their technology platforms. They fund the universities, they encourage companies to work with the universities, then they back it up with support from the Exim Bank, and then the Exim Bank works with other institutions locally to participate in the development of the national development programs of the target countries. They become part of the ecosystem of those countries, okay? And then they sell their products as friends, right? So my conclusion here is that we are in the right. Everybody is right and everybody is wrong. We have all the pieces together. The issue here is who is the owner that can cut across every aspect of this chain. This is the research and development chain, the commercialization chain, the manufacturing chain, the marketing and sales chain, the financing chain. All these are traditionally under the responsibility of different ministries, different agencies within the government. So if you don't create a condition where all these ministries are somehow tied together under a unified umbrella, okay, everybody will continue to just try to describe their piece of the elephant. And you will have a very funny picture at the end. This is my contribution to this conversation.
Спасибо, Кристофер. Значит, я думаю, что после...
Thank you, Christopher. Thank you. Yes. So thank you so much. That's such an interesting topic that Christopher actually mentioned. But unfortunately, and for the happiness, we cannot apply the Malaysian model for Russia as well as the model of the United States. So this is one thing. And sometimes speaking about this, we actually try to follow the stereotypes. So this is one issue. And another thing, I understand that in college, of course, you can give an opportunity for the doctors to earn money, to work privately for 4 hours. But Christopher said from the point of view of business and economy, and he said very right things. And so also we have social responsibility and the social obligations that we do in no state, including Malaysia. So nobody has such states for organization. This is additional burden. In addition to that, creating specific condition for the implementation of any stage of the project. And in addition to that, and this is what you have said, that 7 speakers, 7 blind people And so this is about the elephant. And I also have such a feeling that when Russia is a kind of an elephant and everybody tried, just as speakers was blind, they tried to touch it, and all of them tried to touch the place that he or she is led to, and to tell the truth. And I believe you, Christopher, as well as your colleagues and our partner, you understand perfectly well. You understand one thing, that Russia tried to make a kind of a leap forward. And a lot of people and countries are not interested in it, and not all of them feel comfortable because of it, and thus trying to assess, or trying to kind of say what is right and what is wrong. You are going to the fact that you agree with. We do not have black and white. We have a lot of shades, but assessing us, a lot of our partners say black or white. So therefore, I wouldn't say something like in such a very loud word. So let us live up to 2014, and we will see what is going to happen in 2019. After, well, of course, with some challenges and so on, we will implement on the tasks that we have set. And after that, we will compare, and we will recollect in our memory our opinions and our assessment, and we will compare them. And after that, we will say who was right and who was wrong. So I have no doubts in the fact that we have our own way in this issue, but nobody denies that there are positive practices that we have to take example, that we have to rely on, but there are also subjective and objective conditions that the system where these practices can be implemented is. So therefore, we have already passed this moment where they could have some private practices, and they could say, could you please come in about 2 hours, and there will be private practice there, but they should be a kind of a combined result. So this is what I wanted to say, and therefore I would like to wish you and to all of us that we need to understand who is blind and who is an elephant. Thank you so much. So as a conclusion remark, we have a kind of discussion. So, and I believe it is wonderful. I would like to thank all the speakers for a very good and interesting report. So that is why we didn't follow our timelines and to our and we have a very, very small things, which is awarding of the winners of the regional competition exporter of the year. And now all the speakers, may I please ask you to take your seat in the first row and this is the final remark. Dear friends,
so I think maybe we won't go just rude estimations, because we are not at the institute, we are not at school, we are not teachers, we are not students. We can express our own meaning and our own just estimation of how we do see it, but maybe let us not to speak that all of us are right or all of us are wrong, because each of us we have got our own experience or our own just understanding of the world and our experience, and the experience which is realized with all the mistakes and without them. Thank you. Dear friends, we start the ceremony of the awarded of the Russian award Exporter of the Year in the Siberian Federal Region. So their gains at the federal level, there were more than 500 exporters, and only 7 successful. They will go the prize and the opportunity to compete in November. Have a look at the screen. our goal. So we have gained the main goal of this national project. So there was the order of the government of the Russian Federation. So Anton Sunayanov, the first deputy of the head of the administration. So the regional stages, all Russian premium, the nominations in the category of big business, the exporters of the services, breakthrough of the year, the nomination in the category big business. So the award will be done for the support and the development of the Russian business and orientated on export. So are you just successful exporter? Tell us about it. Please register for the participation. And for the awarding, the envoy of the representative of the president in the Siberian Federal Region, Sergei Ivanovich Minyailo. Yes. The first nomination in the exporter of the year in the sphere of industry, the small and medium nominations, it is all Nectronics, Omsk City. So the leading engineer of this company is invited on the stage. So the scientific firm Micronics provides all sphere work for the technological process, and it's developing the equipment to the Kazakhstan Republic. The part of goal is 10%. So we developing the products which are interesting, and we are just working for these countries. So they use our licenses on our assembly lines. So please applaud for this high award. So the nomination in big business, the nomination in industry, Tomusinsky, just repair factory, Междуречен City. So the head of the technical subdivision is invited. Mr. Pashkov is invited on the stage. Have a look at stage. So this plant is one of the leading in the country. So it makes the excavators and all parts of the assembly excavators in Russia. And the export is 20%. And this is quite good cooperation between the price and quality. And that's why, so we are quite popular at Russian market. And now we are abroad. So please, your applause. Sergei Ivanovich, thank you. So now, the governor of the Novosibirsk region, Andrei Travnikov. He would be doing the awarding. Our next nomination is the exporter of the year in high-tech spheres in the category of small and medium entrepreneurship, or C-sort. It is Novosibirsk City, and the head of this giant stock company is invited on the stage. So have a look on the screen. So it makes smart equipment for different products, and separators are exported to all parts of Russia, and now so it's increasing, and this company has got 16 foreign dealers. This year we decided to open our just representative branch on the territory of Germany. We continue the ceremony of awarding, and the next nomination, the exporter in high-tech technologies, big business. It is the company Barnaul Petron plant. The Deputy General Director of this company is invited on the stage. Have a look on the screen. Barnaul Petron's plant just makes So it has got just Southern America, so East New Zealand. So it's so we are working and quite in the world, and it is one of the good places in the world. Andrei Alexandrovich, we express gratitude for this participation, and we continue our ceremony. Now, Mr. Filimonov. So we continue our ceremony, the exporter of the year in the agriculture complex. So the category of small and medium entrepreneurships. So it is Sladenish company from the Omsk region. And the division manager of this company is invited on the stage, Maria Kuznetsova. Have a look on the screen. So this is the confectionery plant Sladenish. It provides its products to 14 foreign countries. Well, I think it's everyday work, so it's stable quality, and we're working for more than 50 years. Thank you. And the next nomination is the exporter of the year. Good day. I would like to say that our country is sure that next year we would be at this stage because the volumes of sales are growing up, and we'll do our utmost to develop the export in Russia. Thank you. We continue. And the exporter of the year in the category of big business, so it is Karavai company of the Irkutsk region. It is the assistant of the head of this company. So the company Karavai produces more than 500 just units of bread product. And so we export quite many of it. Vietnam, Korea, Mongolia, China. So our product, so they are loved in the Asian countries. And of course, it's great. Thank you. And so we continue the ceremony. So we'll express gratitude. And the exporter of the year, well, in the field of services. So Rubias Group, the company, would be awarded the Tomsk City. And besides, Rubias Group has got the first place in the nomination Year Breakthrough in the category Small and Medium Entrepreneurships, and for just awarding 2 awards. So this is the director of Rubias Group, Mr. Kudinov. It is developing of the software and technological research, and so the expert is 30%. We work with Japan, Korea, Italy, Germany, and many countries, and we have got a lot of users around the world. Thank you very much. So just applauding for these 2 awards. Maxim Gennadievich, you may express gratitude. Thank you for the organizers. Thank you for the hosts of this forum and the discussion which has happened on this very stage, and what Christopher said. So as for the modernization, so it could be used everywhere in each sector, and because so we'll make steps which Christopher was speaking about, and I would like to say that one of the stage, it is the appealing to the Russian Expert Center for the support for getting into foreign markets, international markets, because now we have created a sort of a complex system for expert support, and each expert center, it has got some very useful functions, starting from with classical measures up to finance support. As for non-financial measures, as for the search of the market analysis, for example, international market demands, and another help just approaching online platform, and all this is getting out the borders of country where our representatives are working. And there's the special representatives for this system to be quite comfortable channel for all exporters. That's why we're asking all enterprises to join it, because we think that the world is without borders, and well, Russian people are here. Thank you, Maxim Gennadievich. Dear friends, so we express gratitude for those who got the winners, and so be fruitful and have good partners, and let your success inspire another partners. And so made in Russia, so it's very proud. So our ceremony is ended. See you again.
Уважаемые гости, мы начинаем наше заседание круглого.
Dear guests, we are starting our roundtable discussion, and which is very pleasant, which is devoted to a very pleasant for us topic, since in Russia, and both Russia and Belarus, they have written the agreement concerning the creation of Inter-Academic Council of the Russian Academy of Sciences and National Academy of Sciences of the Republic of Belarus. If it is possible, so I will mention it a little bit later. So, as for Inter-Academic Council, one of the main tasks is strengthening and development of scientific and technological space, the unified space of our state and of Belarus and Russia. This is also a very interesting situation for Belarus. And it is also very interesting for Russia, especially for Siberian branch, since creators of Siberian branch and those who are also very interested in it and thankful to it, it also comes from Belarus. And as for our meeting today, Alexander Dmitrovich Zhukov, is he here? Has he left? I believe he has left. And so it was supposed that the deputy chairman of the State Duma of the Federal Council of Russia is going to report here, and after his very long report of our tutor from Malaysia, so probably he couldn't make it. And I believe that as our plenipotentiary representative has on Siberian Federal District, Sergei Ivanovich Minyailo, said that Russia and both Belarus, they have their own ways, since we solve a lot of tasks, and since why we are very grateful that the plenipotentiary ambassador of the Republic of Belarus and the Russian Federation, who is also at the same time the deputy of Prime Minister concerning the activity of Belarus within the frame of our two states, Vladimir Ilyich Simashko, came here. And as far as I have understood, it is not his first visit to Novosibirsk. And Vladimir Ilyich, I think that you can say a few words. So what do you expect from us, from academicians? So I was preparing a kind of a report, but since I would like to say in my own words, since it's come from my heart, so since as a first vice prime minister, I was in charge of agriculture and industry and I'm sorry, that industry, energetics and science. But I would not like to boast of my results, but I would like to say about some facts. So since the difficult time when there was a collapse of the Soviet Union, and so it was not predicted that we will not be an independent states, and the republic will survive, and there will be Russia, Ukraine, Uzbekistan, and Kazakhstan who have some raw materials, and since there will be like independent republics. But in 25 years, I would like to say, as a state, so we are also in both political and economic and social aspects. We have formed as a state. We do not have natural resources, oil, gas, and some mining resources, but it is not really good that it is really so. But so we have hands, so we have our legs, and we have had so. But we survive with our intellect and with our work. And when the forum was open, I also mentioned the fact that we have something to report about. I mean, in a positive plan. So since when first ex-Soviet republics, they couldn't come back to their level, and indicators in different types of industry and agriculture and energy level. So in Belarus has some results, and as well as in the industry, we have 2.3 times growth, and it is not my personal actually assessment, but this is assessment of the World Bank and the United Nations. And as for agricultural production, we have the 6-time growth of labor intensity, as is in the Soviet time, this 1991, 1,060,000. And last million, we have 4 times less people who work there, but we started producing 4 times more crops and more milk and even meat. So, and if we look in the 4 times less, and so we try to do 2 times more and selected 1.2 and even 4 times we have growth. And as for energetics, we have a situation when the active part of our main funds, I mean, like stations and as networks, it was outdated to 80%. And if we have a kind of a thesis, so since if you have such a kind of failure about 45%, it is a very good state of this fund. But if you have 65%, it is pre-crisis, and if you have more than 68, so we have a crisis. So we had 83%. And this is a kind of, to sum up about this period, so we have 42%, and now we are in the zone of a good state with the start of nuclear station. So thank you so much. Thank you to Rosatom. Thank you to Russian peoples. We are starting the first block, and in 2021 we are starting the next block of nuclear station. So, and also we are going to have even like less failure. So, and as for we're speaking according to the decrees of the president of the Russian Federation, and it goes without saying that always results, these visible results, they were reached. I mean, in the like those people who work in industry and energetics, they were also achieved due to science. We decided not to break our science. We left our Academy of Science without any changes, and we believe that it is good that it should be as it is, as it is now, and it should define and it should work for the country. It should do like fundamental research and as well of scientific and applied challenges. And later, if everything works well, and probably in R&D researches that actually it does now, and we were not standing at the same place since we were understanding that we're going to speak about some new technologies. And as I always say, that we should not give up all technologies. Is the tractors that you can see when you enter here. We actually produce it all from 25 horsepower to 65 horsepower. It is the third like technological order. So maybe like we're talking about the fourth order. But so see, MTZ tractor 45, 55. So that is the tractor which MTZ 42. They are absolutely new machines. Like if we compare P2 or Boeing or something like this, or MiG-35, but since doing all this and with solving all these problems, we have to move towards the high technological orders. And in Belarus, I also said that we do not have very good volumes of oil extraction, and so we practically do not have gas. But since we import it all, and our destiny and the logic of life is that we have to earn by our intellect, and we have to produce machines and equipment and some parts and so on and so forth, as well as food, and we have to sell, and thus we have to increase our production. And so that's thank God that we do it, and we are going to higher orders. And together with other, like about 13 years ago, I had to deal with a very serious, or probably that the first decree of the president to create the park of high technologies. So it is IT park. I would like to say that we had a lot of opponents. About 20 years I was going rounds and I was proving that this is what should be created. There were two arguments that were critical. The first one, that when I said that the assessment of the leading experts, of the global experts, that when at the turn of the 20th and the 21st centuries, in any product which is a product, so it can be any kind of products, agricultural products, there's locomotive and so on and so forth. But we need to invent something. We cannot invent something from the zero. There should be 50% of materials. And at the turn of the 20th and 21st century, there was 50-25% of materials, but most is given to the intellect. In about 30 and 40 years, that intellect, it will be the most important. 30 and maybe 10% will be given to the materials, so that we have to buy so little material, and after that we have to apply a lot of intellect, and after that we have to sell it. So this is our role, and that is why it actually influenced my opponent when I try to prove that we need to create such a park, and which is also typical for many countries, especially for the small countries that are bordering. But the European Union, and Belarus is not an exception here, maybe not so important as the Baltic countries, but so there was an outflow of young people. They left for the Western countries, and the last argument was that we have to create conditions to live to the intellect here, to live the future nation here, and to create conditions for its development. And I would like to say that this high technology park that started from scratch and probably from minus, since there were a lot of oppositions, we created this in the following way. We studied the parks that were working, like, for example, in India, that were developed in Japan, in South Korea, the Silicon Valley, in the United States, in Germany, and so on. And after that, so we had some tax benefits or some other benefits, and probably some tax benefits. So this is like it was a kind of an unknown like a business that doesn't pay any taxes. So that we have about 50,000 people who work there, the residents of this park, and mostly these are young people. 50,000, as far as I remember, 457. So most of them are like entrepreneurs from Belarus, so joint ventures, or for example enterprises from other countries. And the volume, the main revenue is $1.450 billion. Just to compare, I mean, Belas, that you know, this is a well-known brand. So that's its revenue was 850 million. So that's in order to produce them for such an amount. We are going there tomorrow, and we will look at your neighboring areas. So how Belases work there. Just to produce 880, like for example, we need to invest 700 into engine, into gear, and after that to buy something, and we have about 150 or 20. So this is like a net thing. So this is like a result. And so this is how we work, and we are very happy with this pilot project, as it is called. And this is about, I would like to say, like maybe to criticize like a little bit. We have an idea to create the park of bio-nanotechnologies, like the Biogratis, as it was called. In addition to that, so we have very good foundation for this. And we were not very persistent in it, but I believe in the finish. So we have 32 signs that were already accumulated, but I believe we need to finalize it just to create a kind of biogrid and to be involved into nanobiotechnologies. And I believe it is like the 5th or 6th technological orders, and I believe that in a couple of years we need to say that we have reached this result. And we also in our Academy of Science have very serious achievements, I mean, concerning the space industry. Belarus is not a very big country, but it has like equipment and technologies when we produce satellites, and as well as like hardware for them, and this is also a very good achievement. And so we also have achievements in microelectronics. We have preserved such a monsters of integral. This is 47,000 people, but so still there are less people who work in it. But since when I see that the volume or production, so this is our, like in Russia and Belarus, in the post-Soviet space, it is like the main supply of these details. I would like not to focus your attention on this. So since we have not only talks, but we have specific developments, and like to create new technological orders, and also to give them to lead their way into life. So to provide it, so Belarus and in Minsk and in every regional like center, there are high technology parks where they have a lot of benefits for work. And Belarus, with a decree, I believe it was on the 10th of May of 2011, there was a decree of the president concerning the support and investment climate in the country, but so it means all the cities and towns, like excluding only 10 of them. So there were very good benefits, super benefits for the support of innovations and investments, like, for example, from the time when you came and you invested something and you built the factory, but when you come to the specific like project capacity, so you have 7 years of tax. You may not pay revenue tax, and we also with cooperation with the Republic of with China, we have created a very big industrial zone, and we have created all the infrastructure, and there are also very good benefits. And as for income tax, I mean, the residents of this zone may not pay that revenue tax for up to 2054, and this is such a great support. And if somebody has a kind of a basis, you're welcome to Belarus. And on the other hand, we also have the basis, and this is where going to we worked here, and so and after that we will visit some enterprises and people like come. So let us like organize of like buses production or electrobuses production. So we also open for this concerning and based on the legislation that we have in Belarus and in Russia. I believe that they will be getting closer and closer, since we are working very closely on the new program to create this kind of our state, our neighboring state. On the 6th of September, I believe you said that our Prime Minister, they initiated a new program, and on the 7th of December, there will be 20 years of our previous program, and there will be an event, and probably they will sign a number of documents that will help us to make our positions close and also to create a very good and favorable conditions. So our dear friends, I would like to say I'm also impressed by the spectrum of the topics that you're discussing here, and also that as a result of this forum is going to provide the solutions on very many different issues and problems. I wish you fruitful work and success. Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Vladimir Ilyich.
Thank you very much, Vladimir Ilyich. So I would like to ask you a question. When we were coming here, and so we have read the Kommersant newspaper, and there was some information concerning the program of the development of your country. And it was said that the science wasn't taken into consideration. I am not going to reveal the content of such kind of programs, but there are 31 road maps. So in different directions, oil products, transport, gas, agriculture, and there should be the just universal industrial policy. And that's why in these programs there would be the leading role of science. But it's my position, and well, I'm not ashamed to say it. Well, so maybe it is supported not in a proper way, but nevertheless, we are going to adopt this program, and we should just multiply twice the financial of such programs and in percent to our budget. And of course, our budget is developing; it's getting bigger and bigger. And in reality, now the financial of science is getting twice or twice and a half bigger. Thank you. And so we have just fixed it 2.5, but in Russia we have got another situation. So it's a little bit lower in Russia now. We'll try to say it, but we hope that it will happen in reality. But for example, in Finland, so the increase is 2.8, and we think that is, if, for example, in Israel, in 44 times the expenditures for science more for a citizen. And of course, we're supposed to solve these problems, and that's why the Israel so got into this such kind of situation, and some other cities, states. So speaking about the advanced level of technology, the advanced level of science. So I would like to express gratitude again. So now, so the floor would be taken. So the speaker would be So Parmon Valentin Nikolaevich, he is the head of the Academy of Science, but I would like to be back to the question of the plenary. What is considered to be the driver? Business, the state, or the science? Well, if you have been here, my answer was that the driver should be considered a state, but the state should be rely on science and education, because the state so just develop the borders or the limits inside which so it is developing, and so it is for the state to provide and to formulate the task. Nevertheless, I would like just to switch to the key problem. Because we have already made the program, because this is just Inter-Academic Council for the Development of the Union State, and Zherezov Alfyorov, he was the head of the state, and then he passed these functions to me. Just for you, just for starting, I would like to give you some information concerning about the Russian Academy of Science with the federal law from September 27, 2013. Well, as in Belarus, we had just merging of three academies: the Russian Academy of Science, the Russian Academy of Medical Sciences, and Agricultural Academy. At present, at our academy, we have got a little bit over 800 academicians, so corresponding just members over 1,000. All in all, it is 2,000. And besides, we have got more than 400 foreign members of the Russian Academy of Science. There are two of them belong to the National Academy of Science of Belarus, and two doctors of science from Belarus. So in this case, we have just the context, and of course there are problems. In comparison with Belarus, so starting from 1991. The Russian Academy of Science is not the federal body of the executive power, and in this case, but these functions are preserved for the Belarus Academy of Science, and starting from 2014. So now it's not the main distributor of the budget money, which are just allocated to the science. As for the main missions of the Russian Academy of Science, at present, it is the scientific and methodological supervision of the academic institutions, which are in three Russian academies. And starting from this year, we just supervise also universities which are under supervision of the Ministry of Education and Science of Russia. So, and the main activity, international activities, expertise and forecasting, and starting from 2018, so it is international activity, and it is extremely important for us. So what are the main organizing tools for cooperation, inter-academic cooperation between Russia and Belarus? It is Inter-Academic Council. I have already told about it. It was created in 2004. Last year, and the last but one, there were some amendments to its functions, and it was positive amendments. And the last meeting was in September 2018 in Minsk and May 2019 in Petrozavodsk. And so we can consider that this meeting is also, it is the inter-academic meeting. And besides the council, So we have got International Association of the Academy of Science. So this is International Association of Sciences. So it was created for the sake of just merging the efforts of ISIS and Vietnam for solving on different bases important scientific problems, and now it was academician. It was academician Patton. Now he is 102 years old. So he passed the lysisim to the president of the Belarus Academy of Science, to the academician Sako, and now in the nearest days there would be this meeting of this international association in Dushanbe. So the last meetings took place in 2017 in Minsk, in 2019 in Moscow, and in 2021 again it will happen in Minsk. So there are several tools of cooperation. We have got just awards of Belarus Academy of Science and Russian Academy of Science, and in Belarus. So this is the award named after Kaptuk, and he is quite he's very important for Siberia. So it is the last meeting of the bureau in Petrozavodsk. It took place at the presence of the president of the Russian Academy of Science. It was very constructive, and there was the agreement to organize this symposium. It should take place annually and during this forum. So what is very important that there are special regulation documents. Well, they just state the priorities of the scientific and technological development of Russian Federation and the Republic of Belarus. So in Russia, it is the orders of the President of Russian Federation. It's from the 1st of December 2016, and in the year 2018, it was the order concerning the national goals and strategic tasks of the development of Russian Federation up to the period of 2024. And as for the realization of the tasks which were just formulated and in post-Soviet years, now we have emerged the national project science as in Belarus. So there are also regulation documents. I think now the acting one, it is the order of the President of Belarus, the priority development of the scientific and technical activity in Republic Belarus for the period 2016-2020. Now maybe it would be just a little bit renovated. And what is very important, that at the meeting of the different meetings of Bureau, at the joint meetings of the presidiums of the KMC. So we have compared our priorities, and they're quite identical. And at present, the financial basis for our cooperation is the programs of the Union State. And for example, for September of this year, the programs which were initiated in Belarus, we have already done 15. Now in action are 4, and now we're forming 21 programs. It's a pity that the Russian Academy of Science, well, it could be just contractor. We couldn't initiate the program, but we should agree with the executive bodies, and of course, well, so it damages Russian science. Well, as for the perspective researchers, so we have just agreed several stages. Well, and I consider Well, they are quite useful. I just read them. It is the research of just space, polar regions concerning the problematic of ecology and climate changes, the research and development in the area of atomic energy, the development of the agriculture, technological of electric transport, IT technologies, the technology of nanobio and additive technologies, high-tech technologies in chemistry, oil chemistry and forestry, the technological of uses just mineral raw resources for creation, science-consuming industries. And for example, for the first time in my experience, we discussed for 12 hours. We listened to 24 scientific reports. They were formulated concerning this list of priorities, and we are very grateful to Belarus side that they made it possible to finance the coming here to the Siberia of 12 specialists. I think you think that here in the center of Novosibirsk we have got a small chapel. It was built before the revolution, and it symbolizes the center of Russian Empire. And so now the geographical center has moved a little bit to the east, but nevertheless we are just in the center of Russia. So we are working quite productive for 12 hours. We were discussing, and we were meeting each other. We were getting information about each other, and it was the main task of our symposium just to meet people who are just working on the similar problems from Belarus side and from Russian side. And so they were not only people or scientists from Siberia, but they were specialists from Moscow. And if such projects would be realized, but of course in this case we'll just also invite the specialists from other regions of Russia. And so it's extremely important that we have made the conclusion concerning their cooperation in the field of informatization. And so these decisions are not already fulfilled, and we should do just this site, which would be used by all of us. And so we have made the agreement that we should provide more active policy in the area of scientific publications, popular science. And so, dear friends, so we have got a lot of plans, but what is considered to be extremely important, that it goes without said, that without our mutual cooperation, and it is in the framework of our just state. So of course, but if they maybe will be just shift to different places. But now we have got the notion of scientific diplomacy. Of course, we live in different countries, but nevertheless, we are just a sort of just contact between science, because science is considered to be international. It is a phenomenon without borders, and we understand each other quite in a good way. Well, as for just the awards for 2018, there were 3 main awards. Well, for the extraordinary scientific results in biochemistry, protein biochemistry, monoxidase systems, biotechnology, and then what was connected with the smart materials, so it's functional materials. And the third one, it is the work in the field of humanities connected with our mutual history. Of course, the most difficult period in our life, the life of the Soviet Union, it's the period 1941-1945, when there was war, and so this war passed via Belarus, and then it approached Moscow, and of course the role of people from Siberia was of extremely great importance. And academician Timuk, he provided the independence of Soviet Union in the field of oil and gas products, because in 1941 he found oil in Bashkiria. And after war, and with his help and his assistance, we have developed oil and gas complex, which provides the present stability of Russia. And as for the award named after academician Koptyuk, it is a person the Siberian branch is grateful for, because during the most difficult times, the most difficult years, because there was the collapse of great country, he preserved Akadim Gorodok and Siberian branch. He is from Belarus ethnically, and so this award was in the field of chemistry. So it is the award named after academician Koptyuk. And so I would like to say, and I would to highlight that the strength of the Union State, it is in the unity of scientific and technological space. And this unity could be supported only by the leaders of our state. Thank you for your attention.
Are we going to ask questions later? No? So then it is my turn to introduce the second report on the cooperation of National Academy of Science of the Republic of Belarus and the Russian Academy of Science. The first deputy of the chairman of the Presidium of the National Academy of Science of the Republic of Belarus, Sergei Antonovich Chizhik. So I have a little bit different name, but I have written it since I would like to give us some information about our academy through some case studies. So there are mostly representatives of the Russian federations here, and I believe you do not know a lot, and probably you know just have some few information about it, but I would like to say something. All in all, in general, I would like to start my speech from about what Valentin Nikolaevich said. So since we are very interested about the previous session, so since there was a kind of a discussion who is a driver, who need to initiate the implementation of different developments, but everybody has their own way. I have already said that our countries in the post-Soviet space, they made a super mega experiment, since everybody chose their own way and they were trying to survive as they could. For somebody, science were absolutely unnecessary, somebody is developing them, and somebody made academy as a kind of a club. But in Belarus, the situation was a little bit different. In the Soviet Union, there was an opinion that Belarus, this is a kind of a constructing shop, assembly shop, since there was machinery and machinery industry. And after the collapse of the Soviet Union, the branch science was mostly concentrated in Russia. But as it was said by Vladimir Ilyich, so it's about new orders, but as what had been developing for decades. And since there was a task of like kind of a scientific support of economics, and this is what we started doing. And the practical side of science is very important for us. So, what I can also say that probably somebody believes that we have a kind of a prolonged Soviet Union, but I would like to say that our science has always been working in market conditions, like based on projects, and we are still working according to scientific programs. There we have programs of different levels, like of scientific research, that also have some fundamental works and budgetary support. We have scientific and technical programs which are most complicated to implement, that they are aimed at a specific result, and they also require some funds from other sources. But so this is what you promised, and you decided to implement in industry. It is not very easy for us, but sometimes we criticize this approach. But this is what actually train us, and it had been training us, and it is still training us. And how we stimulate this attitude to implementation. What I would would like to say, and sincerely would like to say that when Vladimir was working in the country, he was in charge of science, and we treat him with great respect since he understood science, and he also he had demands, but he also supported it. But his approach was that we had Vladimir Ilyich, I believe you remember, there was a list of Semashka, and we also name it in such a way. So since there was a list of tasks that are required by the different branches and the Ministry of Industry and Agriculture and Healthcare, and according to this list, he collected us during some period of time and in some ministry and the institutions of the Academy of Sciences that work in these branches. And so we try to understand whether we are going to work here or not. I cannot say that everything was implemented perfectly, but some results and the work of a number of enterprises, like, for example, such giants as Bilas and BMZ and so on, that actually it benefited from such an approach, from such a list, from administrative approach. And the second reason why we have to implement is financing. Of course, since budgetary financing is most enough, and everybody understands it is not enough both in the Russian Federation and in our republic, not mentioned in other republic. And we have set the task that financing will be like in the 30-30-30. Like 30% is budget, another 30% is that the funds that we get from some agricultural agreements in our country, and 30% is experts. These are contracts. So if you produce something useful, then the people should see it in the world. They have to buy it. Another 10%, and 10%, it is a kind of a balance. They can go to different areas. It all depends on a situation. So, and this is what we do, and nobody actually scolds anybody for this, but this is the task we set, and this is the way we follow. And let us go to the core of the business. It is a passport of the academy, as we call it. What I would like to say, we had 115 organizations in our academy. About 70 of them is scientific organizations and institutions, and 30 and 35 are our production structures, like a kind of innovative structures and infrastructures. And I would like to say we have a kind of a sanatorium, and we have polyclinics and a kindergarten, which is also necessary, I believe. Well, as for the sites, we can compare it with the Siberian branch, for the number of people who work there, and the institutions that are involved. And it is very pleasant for us to work with the Siberian branch. And I believe that you also are targeted at the final result, and we understand each other. And directly we actually report to the government. And as for the chairman of the Academy of Science, it also takes part in the meetings of the government. In addition to kind of this scientific support of our industries, there are also some other directions, like, for example, airspace, sciences, and also the construction of Belarus nuclear station, informatization of the country, and biotechnological branch industry, as Vladimir Ilyich has already mentioned. And so this is, it works not as we wanted due to the condition of that Belgrade has not been created. Well, as for all these sciences, as it is a global experience, it is a publication activity. So how we are read and where we are read and how we are quoted. And as for the last year, in 2018, this is our data, our leaders like Institute of Physics, about 300 articles in the quoted journals. And this is would like to say that we celebrated 90 years of our academy. So this is a quite a good experience that we have, and it gives us the opportunity to be considered as a maturity and not to actually count on some problems of our youth. And we also try to optimize our structures. In this morning, I participated, I was working in a kind of one of the working group of this State Council of the Russian Federation development of education and science, there was an issue that was discussed is creation of scientific and educational center of the global level. So this is how they're called in the structure. And we have chosen 5 regions where the centers are being created and they're considered experimentally. This is what I have said in the very beginning. So this is such a practical approach. It doesn't actually go unnoticed. Since we believe that it can actually decrease the scientific level of our developments, we can work on some tasks that are relevant today and actually to lose some scientific level. And since we have such an idea and to pay attention and to create a kind of a national labs that could actually be involved into some specific niches of fundamental researches and will be financed mostly by the budget. And if we see it as a global level of publication, so they can be financed from the budget. But it was not so easy actually to allocate these laboratories and to determine them. We decided to create a kind of clusters, I would say virtual structures that are not legal entities, but they can be like any kind of inter-industrial, and they can like involve different institutions like pharmaceuticals and stem cells and the system of goods identification like space searches and drones, and as well as polar studies and now nanodiagnostics. There are a lot of them. There's 74 of them that are written here. I will not mention all of them, but this is an experiment, and we are looking at them for the 2nd year, and we try to understand what is actually we have as a result. And after that, we will understand who has the right to be a national lab in a specific direction, and maybe somebody cannot do it. So this is a concern in the optimization of our structure. Like without like eliminating what we have, we will try to implement some new approaches, not excluding science. The second thing, so which is also a kind of a side of our work, this is science of integrating into economy. I would like to give you only one digit that according to the implementation of our technological programs on the development of the National Academy of Belarus, this is about more than $2 million of sesha. This is the level of the products we have. If we have royalty, which is also possible in our country, so we would be able to do without budget. But so unfortunately, it doesn't like work so well. It is a very good addition to our work. But so somebody produces these goods for such a sum. And as for innovative activity, we also work. This is the program of innovative development of our country, and every year we implement a specific number of projects. Last year, this was 12 of them. We have created 13 productions. So what kind of productions? I will not enumerate all of them. Like, for example, we have created the production of automized module for the dry enrichment of like some mineral raw resources. So this is mostly the plant which is devoted to the use of mineral resources. And the next one, so this is like the equipment of cementation, so which is also very good approach, and like such an installations of cementation. And this is like, for example, for some parts for Belarus, and Belarus today is the largest vehicle in the world, like 440 tons. This is the load that it actually transports. This is the things that we have actively implemented, and we have also produced some samples for cleaning streets. And I believe it is also very important and interesting project, since our cities and towns should be cleaned by such vehicles and electric cars. So I believe this is an area that we couldn't by notice in any country of the world, and one of the centers of the world leadership, as it has already been mentioned in the very beginning of the day, that started like a kind of to compete with Elon Musk. It means to enter the market of electric cars, and we have been implementing it for 2 years, and we have produced 3 samples. And today, Vladimir Ilyich, we have a very comfortable car this is a minivan which is very pleasant in operation, and we also managed to create localization. I mean, like all the parts are produced in Belarus, like for example, electric engine and also the software as well as the batteries. But we actually use some cells to create it, but well, sometimes they are more effective and even cheaper to produce. And in parallel, we also worked on the very new approach to accumulation energy. Now I will mention about so this is where I'm going in my speech. This is what I have mentioned. This is like energy accumulators, and this is what we do. And so we're involved in graphite-like, and this is not very expensive. This is how we manage it. So this is a kind of the graphite, and so we have a super condensator that can be charged very, very quickly, but also that can share its energy very quickly. And now we have a test stage of it, and the speed of sharing its energy, this is actually what hinders us. And now for electromobile, this is what we use for electric mobile, but as for the its implementation in the buses, this is too early for it. But if we solve this task, if we finalize it, so it will be very important using non-lithium batteries, non-lithium accumulators. And I believe it will be, so we will have a kind of another inspiration for us. And yesterday, this is what we discussed, and this is we also like a copyrighted according to accumulator that is produced in Siberian branch. So we are starting an atomic station, and so we will have a kind of a supply, and this stationary accumulators could be also used like in everyday life. So this is like our small cars. I will not mention it all, but as for the medicine, we have registered the first medicine, which is called Lekavir, on the basis of nucleides with multiple sclerosis. This is like Alzheimer's disease that is very difficult to cure it, or that it can be cured. But we have done all the tests, and now we have actually implemented this into the market. As for the stem cells, so this is what we have in the design of the ophthalmology diseases, or like dental diseases, as well as some dermatology. And for a number of years we have stem cell center, and also we would like to invite our colleagues to cooperation. And as for genetics, this is we have very strong school especially in the Novosibirsk Academy of Science, and the branch our scientists came. But as for the achievement, they paid attention to such a problem as miscarriage, and so they were an analysis for about 1,000 patients, and so DNA analysis for about 11,000 women and 1,000 patients. They were interviewed, and in 86 cases they managed to solve this problem. So there was a real reason of the problem that was solved due to genetics. And the system of identification, which is a very important issue at our space of our union and our Eurasian Union, so which is also the logistics of how the goods are transported. And this is like what we actually do. This is identification of goods with RFID methods, so which is radio waves, and we would like to contact it with the system of identification Mercury, which is also developed in Russia. So this system can actually work, and it has already been tested at some goods and services, like for example at meat and dairy industry. And another thing that I would like to say, we have already mentioned electronics. We have found a very good niche of electronics due to the fact that some scientists help us to solve the issues of creating some protected from electromagnetic field chips, and like some microchips, and as well as some traditional fields that can be used in some military equipment and in space. And these like goods and our integrals are in demand. Last year in October, our Mercury, which is also like a kind of our satellite, so that was done with the cooperation of Japanese and European agency, and so the protective screens are from Belarus. And as for agriculture, I will not mention a lot, but so still we have very good achievements. And after yesterday's discussion, we also understood that you actually need them, our great experience in development of agriculture and the development of crops, and also like in development of like cattle. And we have already planned a couple of seminars concerning this direction. And this is why we are going to work in cooperation with you. So this is humanities, of course, like we have to mention them. They are doing a very important work, and this is as a result, this is a creation of 5 ton of 5 volumes of like a work concerning the state of Belarus. So international cooperation. So we work with a lot of countries, and so we have an agreement with many states, like with about 60 of them we are implementing, and we are working on contracts. Well, as for our revenues is about $55 million, the US dollars. And for us, it is like a very good support in financing science. And as for the structure that were created in Belarus, and Vladimir Ilyich actually mentioned them, so those wishes, Russian and Belarus, this is like a great stone. We have very good preferences there, so 50 years ahead. We're planning for 50 years, and this is also what pushed us to create a joint venture on producing drones with Chinese state companies. Avik, it works at the level of Boeing, Airbus, and on creating of drones and piloted aviation. As for the space flights, we are not actually a very strong country, since we do not have very big experience. We have only 4 astronauts and 2 satellites, and one of them which is connected to telecom, another one to Zonding, and we have the 21st Congress of Association of Space Flights, and we have about 100 astronauts from 18 countries of the world, and it was an event that was said by our presidents. We have so many heroes in Belarus. We have never had so many heroes in Belarus. And it was a very, very impressive event. And we also said that this is an international association of the Academy of Science for the 2nd year. It is actually led by the Belarus Academy of Science, and in Dushanbe there will be meetings. So we celebrated 25 years of this association in Minsk, and now it was added in addition to Vietnam, and also Chinese Academy also joined us. In addition to that, some academies of some districts and some provinces, as well as, like, for example, from Montenegro, and so there will be 4 academies from Dushanbe. Well, as for the young people in science, they work very actively, and we have a very good council of young sciences. We have a festival of science. We carry out it for the 2nd time, and there will different schools and tournaments that we try to attract to it. And as for priorities, I have already mentioned to it, we are working on them. What I can say about our cooperation, you have already heard with like international academic like a union. This is what connects us. So we meet in the presidium of our Academy of Science, which is already acting structure with Valentin Nikolaevich. We lead them as co-chairmen, and we are given a very interesting function, which is an expertise on scientific level of the programs of our union level. I believe it will be very useful for the scientists of both countries. It is an additional funding. And so we have a lot of agreements that we have signed, and not only with the Academy, with Roscosmos, and with the University of the Friendship of People and Rus Nano, and so we have also academic one. So with the Karelia Academic Center in Petrozavodsk, we signed an agreement. We also have a number of centers, but unfortunately, so this is sometimes just formal works. They were created, but still we do not know the mechanisms of where they work, and primarily funding. So how we can co-fund? So this is a scientific project that are implemented by our staff through they actually have that specific competition there. So this is not a lot of money, but they give you an opportunity to make the first steps in joint efforts. And in addition, there was the programs of unified states, and there are also some innovative projects that are offered for the implementation in the territory of Belarus, and so maybe in the territory of Russia as well. Unfortunately, we do not have others. I will not say about the quantity, but so as for the programs of our unified states, so this is more than 2 years. You need to spend it about 2 or 3 years, and for the concept and for the program itself. And with Valentin Nikolaevich, we tried to agree that we need to develop a kind of a different mechanism, the mechanism to find joint projects and joint work. I believe it will not be kind of a program, but just specific project, just to create some financing faster. And we have also allocated some tasks that will be interesting for both. So this is like forestry and agriculture, some protective measures against forest fires. And from your side, we would like to have a kind of assistant in our joint work on, also the repository of waste nuclear fuel and the start of our nuclear station. This is the task that the targets that we face. Valentin Nikolaevich has already mentioned some prospects that are also of interest for both academies and for both countries. We have carried out a seminar, and in the first row of this audience there are the participants of our delegations. These are directors and deputy directors and the most active academicians, and as for the young scientists, they are eager to work, they would like to unite. So therefore, they were asked to be introduced, but probably we do not have time for this, but they will deliver very short reports in about 5 minutes. Thank you so much. Thank you for your attention.
Sergei Antonovich, thank you very much indeed. So I think that there would be question and answer session a little bit later. Vladimir Viktorovich Ivanov, he is the deputy president of the Russian Academy of Science. Good day, dear colleagues. As we have agreed today, today's report, it was a sort of a continuation of the yesterday's, because yesterday we spoke about its scientific components, but now we'll speak about practical realizations, because yesterday we have stopped concerning the humanitarian and technological revolution and transition to the post-industrial society. But now I would like to quote Bell, who said about the role of science in post-industrial society. And so the main idea is the organization of science. That's why it's politicization, socialization problems. They occupy the central place among the political problems of post-industrial society. So it is sort of a question, answer to the question concerning the drivers. So what is happening with the development of our science in Russian Federation? So 5 years ago, when in one of these halls, now we are here, the Russian Academy of Science determined 5 main points concerning the nearest development. The first one is the consideration of science as the industrial force, then the development, the adoption, the doctrine and the strategy of the scientific technological development of the country. And on the 1st of December 2016, such strategy of the development was adopted. The development of the new legislation, science legislation. Now a new version is under consideration and discussion. Just yesterday, the Russian Academy of Science and Duma, they discussed a new version, and now this work is going on. The development of the program of the development of scientific technology complex of the country, and it will start next year. And also the creation of the unified body, administration body. So now it is quite an open question, but I would like to say that within the 5 years, there was quite good results. Now, when we speak just scientific technological development, I would like to draw attention to 2 points. The first one, so it is that the value of fundamental results is getting higher and higher. When Isaac Newton he formulated his laws of mechanics, he never thought that there would be just spaceships. They would use his technology and his ideas, but nevertheless, these constructions were done on the basis of Newton's laws, and that the commercial value of the science volume production is reducing. Because, for example, as the mobile phone, so the price is reducing, and I think that it's quite even. So that's why the price is reducing. And the second one, so this is the first innovation paradox. The fundamental law could be converted into commercialism. But there is nothing more practical than good theory, but we knew it. And today we have heard that the results of the fundamental sense, could they be commercialized or not? Let's have a look. So please have a look at this functional pyramid of the modern state. Everything is based on the science and knowledge. And there are 2 ways out. The first one is the way out to education, and another was for the research and education. And everything in education is based on it. That's why the global budget of education, it is the commercial reflection. Well, for example, globally or in the context of the country. So all just technologies are created on the basis of fundamental research. So, for example, mobile phones. So Alferov, when he made his research, and now what's the price? And what's the prices nowadays? But it's another problem. So that we haven't regulated the good mechanism of just regulation and of the return of the expenditures. What's happening further? Then the modern policy is also based on the knowledge and science. Well, Karl Marx just developed the theory of socialist state. And so this theory was very important. And one of the fundamental knowledge is developed the strategy, technology, and the economy is formed. That's why we should realize that economy just depends on all the lower stages. It is based on the material production, on the strategic just decisions. And then at the top, so this is the defense and security. And we understand that everything, each state should protect. And so model defense and security and technogen security as well, it couldn't be created without science. That's why the fundamental science is determined as the structure for the nation development. And now the question, how to realize it? And here we find the answer in the law of science. So in this case, there was the programs of the research in Russian Federation, and according to this law, such programs should start in 2021. So now we have finished the development. In April, it was just considered, and now I'll tell brief about this program. This program just consists of 2 parts. It is just fundamental research, and another part it is a descriptive one, and then it is budget projecting. And so we won't consider the plan because it is 700 pages. But I would like to speak other components. How is the fundamental research organized? This is the strategy of the development, science and technology, the national projects, ministries and departments, funds, corporations, universities, and so the fundamental research are realized. Well, but they are just poorly coordinated. And so on the system level, so one program is it over the fundamental research of the Academy of Science, it is realized. And then, at present, the new approach is that all these segments should be just joined together. And so this is the period from 2021 to 2035. And so this is the main principles of forming such crime. First, we should embrace the broader sector of fundamental research. We can't say about this or that priorities, because it could be so that the most priorities could be left behind. So that's why we should, because we can't predict whether there would be breakthrough in this or that direction. The second point is so that not regarding the demands from all the participants, they shouldn't be split between that it is academic institutions, so universities, because science is unanimous everywhere. So the freedom of research and no comments here. Also, so the independence in the choosing methods and this or that project. Then the correspondence of competence and qualifications of the executors of the level of the tasks they are going to solve, because in this case the usage of money should be more effective. And what is very important, the correspondence of the resource, financial, material, to the level of the scientific tasks. So it's what we use in this program. So the main goal of this program is, so it's quite evident. So we get new fundamental knowledge about world creation, regulations of the development of nature, human being, and so on. The main tasks. First, we'll provide the unity of the scientific complex, because the research are provided in different structures. So, but sometimes there are quite bad things happen, and sometimes some things are doubled, and so there are twin research. Also, we are supposed to create the pre-work for the scientific breakthrough. So, for example, in social and humanitarian, because now humanitarian component is taking the leading positions. And if you won't solve the problems in the field of education, there would be some problems further. And of course, in the framework, we should take into consideration about the financing, also personal development, so international scientific cooperation, of course, just equipment modernizations, and it should be just done permanently. And of course, what is very important, it is the making the science more prestigious in the society, because there were some events of the past, and they were reflected, and also the creation of the Russian prestige in science field behind the borders. So this is the structure of the program. But where is you can see the Russian Academy of Science, there should be academies as well, and so there would be different coordination councils, research centers. So we have got two of them. Then leading universities. The universities, all in all, we are 50, but the leading universities, for example, Moscow State University, research and funds, and so on. And so those who provide research, and here. And there's some sub-programs. I'll speak about them in details. The sub-program number 1, it is analytical research of determination and the forecasting of perspective and critical important directions in the modern science. So it's quite a new task. And Valentin Nikolaevich, he mentioned this law as these amendments which were done in Russian Federation, and they were because of the participation of the Russian Academy of Science in the strategic planning and how just to develop in this project. That's why this sub-program is addressed to the solving such kind of problems. The second subprogram, it is the fundamental scientific research provided by fundamental research organizations. It is the main block which provide fundamental research. And here you can see, so and in all spectra, subprogram number 3, it is the fundamental scientific research. So in mega science objects, it is the national project science. And so we have much spoken about it. It is just Nikon accelerator and so on. And the coordinator, it is the Ministry of Science and Higher Education, because they are responsible for. Then subprogram number 4, the orientation of the fundamental research for different strategy. There are several priority directions. So they can answer big challenges, and inside. And for the realization of these directions, in February this year, there was the special just order of the government concerning the forming the projects. And now we'll stop here. And you can see this is the model of innovation process, and we should realize that this is the project in the innovation sector, and it includes all the indicated sectors here. But so the success could be only in this case because everything should be done on the unified scheme, unified model, and there would be so one supervisor everywhere, because there should be a head responsible for the success and for what has happened. In case we create such kind of system, so we'll determine so the volume of financing. And so it should be decided in each case, because we can't forecast what priorities could be. And then initiative fundamental scientific research financed by scientific funds from federal budget. As you know, in Russia we have got 3 main funds: Russian Fund of Fundamental Research, Russian Scientific Fund, and the Fund of Perspective Research. They have got their peculiarities, their legislation, and also the system of expertise. Well, it works in a proper way, and I think that it would be working automatically in a proper way. So this is the case. So we don't need some amendments. Program number 6, it is the scientific research in military complex, taking into consideration the security and defense of the country. So it is very important just segment, because if we speak about defense, everyone realizes that the advanced technologies are in this sphere. And here we should just make some pre-work. So these are the list of the participants of the program, the Russian Academy of Science, and we split in 2 main groups. It is financing organizations. We should know what ministry should pay money and should give money for the realization of such kind of programs. So there should be universities, ministries, Russian Academy of Science. That's why here you can just see all the organizations of the executive and legislative just authorities, and they are working here. As for the participants of the program, of those who will just executives, so this again, so academies of science, academies, and the different universities, and it should be obligatory. And it should be obligatory in their programs that they take part in fundamental research, because in this case, in other case, they shouldn't be financed, and it won't be possible to control them. And also financing of the program events. So this is there should be the special scheme, and in program 2 we decided to restore the program integration 2. It happened at the beginning of 2000 years. It started to work because they were just. We think that we had quite good experience, and now several words about money, because so we are constantly speaking about money. If you look at the dynamics of financing of the financing of research in Russian Federation, you can see that well, sometimes there are too much, sometimes too little. But for example, if you compare with GDP, so in this case we are not so optimistic. Have a look. We occupied the third position from the left. So with the percent of GDP, you can see the numbers, and they are quite just informative, and of course, so have a look with the difference between GDP of United States and our. And so what should we do in this situation? So this is the changes of expenditures for fundamental research. And you can see that the last years it is just on just the same level. They never change. It means, so we have just made 3 ways of evaluation of resources, and how to fulfill the task to get into the first 5 countries or the leading countries in the world. We should increase the financing 2.5 times. So this is the problem we are facing. And in case it would be solved, so what is the expected results? So there should be just pre-work for formatting the modern technological basis. So it will make the possibility of transition of scientific technology complex for the sustainable development and sustainable growth. So as we consider, we solve the personal problem, and will restore the leading scientific schools, the restoration of the education and scientific complex, and so the effectivity would be higher. And several words about the unanimous scientific technological space. Vladimir Nikolaevich told us, so what has struck it? That there are no priorities in the field of humanities and social sciences. And so it's very important. And maybe at our meeting, we'll speak about these priorities. And the second moment, so it's necessary for us to develop the mechanism of integration of fundamental and scientific research of Russia and Belarus. Yesterday we spoke about, so there's no country in the world which could conduct all just independently fundamental research. So have a look at the European Union. So they provide money for conducting fundamental research on the territory of the whole Europe. So it's necessary for us to think about the scheme of such collaboration. Maybe we won't need some additional resources because we are already doing some mutual resources, and then maybe we'll think about we'll split this operation field. And I think it should be the first step we are supposed to do in the nearest future, and how to work about these mechanisms. And as for the program, I think this month will stop all so the technical development, and then we'll just make consultations in the National Academy of Science of Belarus.
Thank you so much. And now we can ask the questions later. Dear friends, so we are working till 7 p.m. Since at 7 p.m. there will be a governor's reception, but may I have a request? So we have 5 or 6 and even 7 people who are going to report here. So maybe not more. We have a time frames of not more than 10 minutes. Okay. Well, Konstantin Vladimirovich Harlamov, the Council of Vice President of the Academy of Science, concerning I would like to say actually, so this is like a chief scientific secretary who is Deputy Vladimir Nikolaevich. Those people who are present here understand that Inter-Academic Council, they started concerning the questions of coordination in the development of scientific research. There are 3 components, like for example, the first coordinator, implementator, and the client. So the yesterday's meeting, they considered the issues concerning the development of scientific activity of agricultural enterprises, and I would like to mention the work and the researchers in the field of agriculture. And the co-chair, academic Chizhik, he hasn't finished actually the information about scientific activity and scientific enterprises of the Republic of Belarus. And as a result of today's reform and so yesterday's reform that took place in Belarus, they managed to preserve all the infrastructure and as well as the management structure of scientific enterprises, and so also the enterprises that were and are within the scientific enterprises. What it means? It means that each scientific institute of agriculture should have its own experimental base where they should have some scientific research as well as works on the implementation and as well as some tests and work devoted and connected with like different construction works. And in our system, in the Academy of Science and in our system of institutes, we have lost our scientific and production base, and since specific institutions in our countries, they cannot carry out research and also they can implement all such work. And in addition to that, this is where the production base is left within the frames of like some test products and some probably of some branches, and they are not legal entities. They do not have their own labs or contemporary technological equipment, and the economic situation of such companies is very low and even like negative saldo, and some of them having even debts is tens of millions of rubles. And I also would like to now to give short information about the state of microbiological industry. I believe that you know that in the Soviet times we had microbiological industry that provided our country with vitamins and with mineral complex, with amino acids and other biological supplements. And for example, in the Soviet Union, like had its full provision, in the production of vitamins, like, for example, for giving food to animals and as well for medical purposes, like, for example, some vitamins. Vitamin A were exported to Hungary and to Poland. And the only result and the drawback was here that all this production of biologically active supplements like vitamin A was in a liquid condition, that they were not in capsules. And today, the need in the food for cattle is 50 million tons of food for like cattle, and you know that they consist of premixes, these are vitamins and minerals, and so as well as some food and probably some crops as like, for example, barley and wheat and corn. And what I can say, currently we do not produce vitamins, and all the vitamins that we actually present in the food for, like our cattle, is important from other countries. They of, for example, Chinese production. And as for the number of vitamins, I believe you can calculate. So this is into the food for cattle is 1% to 100% of this food. This as for amino acids. So we had 3 plants that produced amino acids, like is Belgorod Oblast, this is Kazakhstan, and Ukraine. They produce, as you remember, this is like concentrate, so 18 concentrate in a liquid state, and after that it was dried. So usually like it was done in like sunflower, but we do not actually produce lysine, and you know that now it is the main stimulating amino acid, which is like very important for the growth of cattle, and some amount of methionine, which is produced in Volgograd region, and that's some amount of theanine and tryptophan is also produced. But now I have the information that they started production, and they start producing amino acids of synthetic amino acids as crystallized one in Belgorod region. As for microelements, which is also a lot of microelements is important, I guess more than a half from Finland, from Europe, and from other countries. And as for the protein, like for example soya, like 50 million tons of production with a minimum input of soya kinds, with the demand for kinds of soya is like, for example, for the food of cattle is not less than 7 or 8 million tons, and currently our country produces much less of it. I believe 1.5 million tons of soybeans, not more. But as for the sunflowers, we just produce them in a very big amount, and we can actually provide ourselves with this protein component. But the point is that we have a kind of a lack here, which is it's like production, and during its production we only have 32% of protein, in contrast, for example, to Hungarian industries, where they have 34% of raw protein. And we also face the issues of one of the most important tasks here, as I believe in agriculture, is the development of microbiologic industry. We had continuous talks with Vladimir Nikolaevich and the Institute of Catalysis in the Soviet time. It produced synthetic vitamins, and the issues of production of biologically active substances is also very relevant, and it is necessary to solve it. As for the selective and genetic centers, so this is like some branch institutions, like for example, in poultry breeding, and so like cattle breeding and sheep breeding, and many others. And all these institutions, in all these like specific industries institutions, in almost destroyed, scientific basis. There is also lack of selective and genetic centers. So what are these centers? You understand it all and you know it all. This is like modern equipment and like modern specialists. The equipment, like laboratory equipment, molecular laboratories, and those people who can work with this equipment. So these are those people who are in charge of selection. And so there is also like equipment, which is like, for example, this breeding material. It should also be stored in the modern conditions. And as for selective and genetic centers, we do not have in almost all the institutions. And if we have them, they do not look really good. And one of the main issues for development of cattle breeding in our country, both microbiological production and selective and genetic centers. Why I mentioned selective and genetic centers, you understand perfectly well that this breeding material on the main animals that we actually consume as food, which is bought from other countries. And like, for example, sheep breeding and like poultry breeding, and as well as cattle breeding and like rabbits breeding, what it is connected with? It is connected with the fact that we do not have selective and genetic centers, and business actually wants to buy products that will give them economic results. And well, in general, it is correct, it is right. And the main consumer of these breeding goods is mostly business, and business needs to provide this breeding material that will be of interest to them and effective for them from the point of view of economics. And currently, more than 50% of breeding material, like for example for pig breeding, we buy them, and for poultry breeding as well as for rabbits breeding, we buy them from other countries. Like as for mechanization, we were listening to the project of mechanization that was introduced by our institute, our agricultural institute. They introduced a very good project. Well, we have a very a smart farm project. And we also have a very big problem with the production of technological equipment. The experimental samples, institute can produce them, and for the serial samples, like for example, equipment for cattle, dairy farms, and for poultry breeding, and for other kinds of animals. So we cannot produce them. And the point is that with our offer and with the technological equipment, they are not able to go to the market, and they will test the experimental samples and will have good results. Everybody will like it, and therefore it will stop on that point. What it is connected with? First of all, it is connected with big import of high-tech equipment from foreign producers, like short information, like in Soviet times in the late 70s. For example, poultry breeding, there was a technological equipment bought that used to work at our factories. It was a fully automatic equipment, and this technological equipment, for example, with a capacity of, for example, 50 or 60,000 heads in one farm. The workers who work in this field couldn't provide the work of this automatic equipment due to the lack of technological discipline. For example, it can be the tractor driver. Okay, sorry, I'm finishing. Just to sum up, I would like to say that first it is necessary to pay attention to for example, to the work of Belarus Academy of Science that managed to preserve their infrastructure, who have preserved their material complex, buildings, for example, that lands that used for agriculture, and some lands. And on the basis of this complex and this scientific basis, they are currently developing very effectively and diversely, thus providing meeting the needs of their own republic, Belarus. Thank you so much.
So, for example, if you need to just manufacture some equipment, so we are ready to do it in Belarus. And you are absolutely correct that speaking about the experimental production, so it's very necessary that each institute has got its polygons, special polygons. So, so the answer isn't the person who is not using the microphone. That's why I can't interpret this question because he is not using microphone. So the next speaker would be Vadim Yakovlev. He is representative of the Institute of Catalysis of Siberian branch of Russian Academy of Science. He'll speak about the examples of using high techs in bioresources technologies. Good day, dear colleagues. So you have already said about the name, and I would like to attract your attention to some technologies which would be interesting for the Russian chemical industry and for Belarus chemical industry. First, and it is connected with such direction as gaseous chemistry and the work with the biomasses. So will you please return the slides? Will you? So can I use this gadget? First, I'll say about some sources of the gaseous raw materials and of some examples of recycling of methane and methane gases. Because I think that because of the main components of methane in the natural gas and in the neighboring gases which are used in Belarus as well, there are so-called liquid gases. I'll now return. So they use recycling, in another products, and in this case we'll speak about liquefied carbon gases, and I think that you think that this production will increase because it is connected with the cycle of the oil recycling. I would like to pay your attention where ethylene is taken in the developed countries. For example, in Europe and United States, it's mostly methane. So maybe you'll stop automatic regulation. So as in case of Russia, we'll have the most in ethane. It is the subsidiary product, and maybe it's not quite rational approach. But if you look at the recycled ethane in polyethylene, so in this case, by a pyrolysis method, it would be quite effective method of its getting. And so that's why we should orientate as it is done in foreign countries. Because in this case we have got quite good outcome of product and also low marginal products. So in this case, you can see quite various possibilities of getting marginal products from the natural gas, mostly via getting the synthesis of gas. Will you open it again? So in this case, you can get so highly molecular polyethylene and other marginary products. Next slide. So it's known that the burning of methane, it is the technology all of us we know. And in this case, we can get quite valuable products. So ethylenum, propylenum, methanolum, formaldehydum, and so on. But the main problem here is that the initial raw materials is quite stable, and it means that the process should be organized in such a way that the final product should have a high output. So of course it is the question for the technologists, for chemists, but so it should be done by the academic science. As for ethanol, so the main method it's pyrolysis. I have already told it, and the ethylenum which we get, it has got just a wide range of recycling. It is connected with polymerization, oxygenation, and and another chemical products which is affiliated. I would like to emphasize on several examples on the chemical ways of recycling of methanol in benzonum, toluolum, and other products. It's via dehydroaromatization, and particularly great role is played here by catalysis. So there are some examples of using the active catalyzers. But you think, of course, so this is some problems with the stabilization and also the formation of the structures. So it's are facing some problems. So, but there should be catalysis with a permanent regeneration, and of course there are some complicated tastes are facing chemists, and the main idea is not to develop this or that catalyzers, but also the equipment. And here this is the process which should pay particularly great attention by chemists. Here we should underline that at present now process are on the stage of laboratory development. But if we speak about the fundamental research, this is the direction we should pay particular attention. And so this is the main so it is the getting the stability of catalyzers higher. So the development of gaseous chemistry process, and they're dealing of getting with this is one of the example. So this is the traditional method of getting methylenum spirit and ethylenum and vinegar acid. So we can see it as a multi-stage process. And of course, now we have got technologies which can allow us to get ratio between ethylenum and vinegar acid, and at one stage, so such products are got. So the next example, it is getting of acrylates by gaseous esterification, and here there are three main technological lines, and so we will just afford you so that one stage gives us possibility to get acrylium and then acrylates at the purification. So quite interesting approach of getting ethylene. So while condensation of acetonum and metalonum, and so it's quite cheap products. So while we use quite good process, and so in this case we'll get substance for chemical synthesis. And so the direction of the recycling of the oil factories gases. Here, So the flames are burning, and of course there is some loss of the target product, and the effectiveness is quite low. So when we get propylene from ethylene fraction, so we give possibility to get propanolone. With getting olefinum, and here is the possibility of getting quite high volume of the target product, and also the getting of tritium spiritus. And so, speaking about gaseous chemistry, I would like to emphasize that at present we need to think about the recycling of light carbons, because, for example, methanol, because previously they were not used, they were used only as a fuel, and that's why we're supposed to dissolve such questions of the developing of new types of catalyzers and to get the effectiveness of the process in general. And now, so the digital chemistry, so now it is starting to act and to rule, and it gives possibility to accelerate the development of the technological process for using chemical modeling, so studying kinetics, and so it is the fundamental works. And that's why, so using digital modeling, it is the topic, the issues should be taken into consideration while developing new technologies, and several slides concerning the recycling of biomass. So it's quite easy for Belarus and for Russia. We have got a lot of raw material, and so the biomass can be recycled, and so we'll get quite a lot of final products which are connected. So which could be get via hydrolysis, thermal methods, and here we should know. So what is quite economically and here we should take into consideration that the recycling of biomass processing, so it should be integrated, because the existing infrastructure of all refinery, because in this case we should create new capital and create it. Maybe it makes no sense. And of course one of the example is that the technology of getting such as biokerosene could be integrated in the existing just oil recycling processing. First, we have got lipids or oils, because while hydrodeoxygenation, so it gives us possibility to get mobilized alkanes of kerosene fraction. So it is the products of atmosphere distillation, and so here we have got the products of high quality. The second example is via the products of hydrolysis of hydrocellulose, we get the components for construction industry and for technological process, and via selective hydration we can give just additions which could be used as additions for gasoline. And quite just a well-known example, it is the technology of biomass processing product. When first we get oil, bio oil, and then after the hydroprocessing we get stabilization, and this bio oil, it could be used in the existing process of cracking as for the mutual processing. And so for conclusion, I would like to say that speaking about biomass processing, we should use several factors. First, so it should be complex approach for the processing of biomass. So getting this processing more higher and its effectiveness more higher. Also, the deep processing would be orientated first on the getting of products with a high additional value. Logistic tasks is one of the key problems because the development of a biomass refinery, well, sometimes it makes no sense, and there should be special approaches. But nevertheless, it is a problem. So the creating technological change should softly integrate in the existing oil processing complex, and I told about it. And that's why we shouldn't orientate on the final just products, because it could be some intermediate products, but we should think about economic and technological sense. And of course, no one has rejected effectiveness, and we should strive to the technological level of processing, which has got in oil processing. So these levels are approaching each other, they are getting nearer to each other. And so let's hope for the best. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you, Vladimir Anatolievich. So here is Sidorenko Alexander Yurievich is also here. I guess you should talk to him because your topics are actually interconnected. Oh, yes. I guess, yeah, we have already, yes. We communicated at Mendeleev's conference. Yeah, I believe that it can be a very good start for cooperation. Thank you so much, Vadim Anatolievich. And yesterday it was discussed, and I believe we need to very quickly to activate such work in biomass and as well as oil, gases, and in Belarus the oil processing industry is very well developed. And if you have some problems with initial raw materials, so that after that the other types of materials are accessible. So when we have forest chemistry, and forest chemistry here is also in decay. But before that, we need to solve the main issue, to have mutual work, to joint work. We need to formulate the task or the challenge. And as soon as we formulate it, about 20% of work is done. That's 20% of success. And now you specialists specify the task. So this is the issue that can be solved. But the problem actually should be formulated at places. The task is formulated during interaction, the process of interaction. So therefore, we conduct seminars, and I guess we will conduct seminars on forest chemistry and biomass, on its processing. So please be prepared. You have international experience of organizing international seminars, and as well as so you can have bilateral seminars. Well, thank you so much. Thank you. Golovacka Evgenia Alexandrovna, please, is our next reporter. He is the director of Institute of Monitoring of Climatic and Energetic Systems of the Siberian branch of the Russian Academy of Science. The participants of the already second meeting of our academic council, good afternoon, dear colleagues. I will give you some information about our institute preceding the event that we started yesterday, where we got acquainted with the colleagues of Belarus, and so we give information about what kind of issues we are dealing and the prospects of interaction between our organizations and our academies. Our institute has a rather difficult history. It was created, set up in 1971 as a construction bureau of like optics with the Institutes of Optics of the Atmosphere. In 1992, it was reorganized into the Scientific Institutes of Optica, and in 1997, after the attraction of a lot of research fellows and leading scientists, it is called the Institute of Optic Monitoring of the Siberian branch. And in 2003, after the joining of Tomsk branch of the Krasnoyarsk Institute of Forest, it was renamed as the Institute of Monitoring of Climatic and Ecological Systems. I would like to note, in addition to the yesterday discussion, that the high-tech and the most difficult developments was the LIDAR Baikal, which is in 1985, which was delivered into the orbital station Mir, and it had been functioned until it was hermetized. And we have three scientific departments of geophysical researches and of scientific equipment research, and we work in the field that I have mentioned, which is scientific of monitoring and climatic systems and changes, both influenced by human factors and like climatic factors, and creation of new equipment to control the environment. In addition to that, we have the applied research, like for example the development of new technologies, of like also some tools of optic and radio waves and acoustic effects, also for the control of the states of like natural and like man-made systems, and also like ecological and the rational use of forestry, and also the cedar and the development of some types of cedar to have some elite landscaping and probably to create some cedar farms. And on the basis of our institute, we have geophysical observatory that was in the list of official station of Roshydromet, and now it is a kind of observation point for the monitoring of environment, and also which is a field for experimental studies, including the tests of new appliances that are being developed at our institute. And also we have the four kind of fields, which is Vasyugani, which is developed on the Vasyugan swamps, where we have tests of how the bogs and swamps they function and they develop. So this is Vasyugania. Our field and geophysical laboratory are in the project of Pan-Eurasian experiment. And they are included as the main fields where it is possible to conduct international researches. We have Geosphere and Biosphere field cedar, where we have like different cedars and their hybrids, and this is where we actually try to have a new kinds of cedars. So this is an also biospheric field Tayožny, where we actually study this Ussurisk polygraph. So this is a kind of a bark eater. That is an insect that actually does a lot of harm to our forests. And in addition to that, also Kireevsk, which also influences the monitoring of geomagnetic fields of our planet. And in short, this is our main result that can be defined in the following way. On the analysis of the global data, we have the analysis of the climatic changes in Siberia, and they also have some so specific laws and so creation of new appliances and information technologies, which is used for monitoring and probably forecasting of new changes, and also the effects in Siberia. And as for on the basis of research of Big Vasyugansk Lake, bogs, and we have also made the local and also the construction of the greenhouse gases, which is also very unique for Siberia and for Russia. And also we created a new clone archive of the cedar pines to study the reaction of plants to the change of climate and the analysis of diversity of morphophysiological and molecular actually level. It gives us an opportunity to have a new types of cedar, and also just to give some detailed information about our results. So we have a web system in our institute, which is Web System Climate, with a very good space resolution that gives us an opportunity to model and to analyze the hydrothermic conditions in Siberia. So here we have the result for the period from the beginning of the late the 20th century and early 21st century. So now we have that there is a growth of a dry climate in the east of the territory, and also the increase in humidity in the west of Siberia. Such changes actually indicate on the necessity to develop adaptation measures in like agricultural and industrial sector of our region, and also to make some specific decisions for their rational use. And as for the results of the analysis of the Earth observation and satellite data, we have found out that in the territory of Altai, the glacier, actually, the glacier territory is decreasing. There was a decrease in 175 square kilometers, and geomorphological zones, they also decrease, and it's also very, very important and should be taken into account when forecasting geomorphological processes in, like for example, when floods and thermokarst events that take place and so on. And in addition to that, the result actually concerns, in this case, Russian Altai. And for this territory, we have developed chronogenetic model of transformation of the system, and also the stages of late Neopleistocene, and genetically developed to it the stages of limagenesis. And in our institutes, we also develop different appliances, like, for example, automatic metro stations, and also we have automatic space system with space configuration that changes for the monitoring of meteorological turbulence, electrodynamic characteristic of the pre-Earth direction of our air. And there is, well, this is like a kind of a Штормовое кольцо, which is the working name that we have, and it actually gives us an opportunity very fast to forecast the appearance of some emergency situations, like, for example, like hurricane winds or probably some showers. And so probably the network of meteorological stations that exist nowadays with hydronics doesn't give an opportunity to get such a very fast information. And one of the sub-branches actually deals with a study of such a thing as Ussurisk polygraph. So this is a very big problem. This is insect actually that destroys forests, and not only for Siberian forest. And as a result of this insect's activity, so we can see the change in biological diversities in the forest and in the types of trees that grow there, in the structure actually of the soil and other biological characteristics of forest. It is actually of importance for forecasting of the regional forest forming system. And also based on this result, we have published like a monograph, that technology of monitoring of forest in the zone of invasion of Ussurisk polygraph in Siberia. And here we have accumulated the main results and probably even offers like to fight this insect and the monitoring of the situation. And as for our appliance construction, it is also developing actively. We have created an experimental appliance to register the spectrum of combination that gives an opportunity to control very fast the composition of atmospheric air and also all the components, including isotopic modifications. And as for the sensitivity, it's by 2 orders increases the existing foreign analogs, and we have also finished the development of apparatus complex to monitor the dangerous lithospheric processes like in a radio wave method, and we have created a network of impulse electromagnetic registrators of the field of electromagnetic fields of our Earth to monitor the changes, and here we have the places where we have actually placed them. And on the results on the test, so we have also control of the like gas pipelines. And a few projects that we are actually involved into. The first, this is a targeted program with the development and creation of automatic meteorological station of Arctic for the Arctic territories and North Sea corridor, which is called Arctic Meteo. And now the creation of such station will give an opportunity to get some additional information very fast when you when researches are conducted in Arctics and near Arctics. And now we have organizing the network of agrometeorological monitoring in the territory of Tomsk region. Now our institute is taking part in it, and also the some enterprises of Tomsk region. And the project actually involves the thing that it has a kind of a 3-level system, and also that's some meteorological station installment, which is the largest level, which is after that we have agrometeorological posts, and after that meteorological like zones, so-called, that actually control, as we can say, that can give detailed information, that temperature, humidity of soil at some specific fields. And as for the appliances, that we are also making an agreement with Gazprom Neft on the development of technology of laboratory complex of diagnostics of non-conductive materials and the electromagnetic meshing. And Gazprom is also interested in our developments. And now we are working on testing and modernizing of new appliances. And as for the promising directions for interaction between our institute and Belarus Academy of Science, well, actually in all our directions that we work on within our institute, this is we can organize any types of monitoring on like forestry and on like swamp ecosystems. We can interact on any aspects as well as industrial and agricultural sector, and also we can have that specific group that is also involved and can carry out the assessment of ecological impacts of some of fires and the natural and man-made like catastrophes. And also our scientific appliances development, it is also being developed very, very good, and when we set a specific task, it will be possible to elaborate all these issues that may arise. Thank you so much. Thank you for your attention. Thank you. Thank you so much.
So just a small commentary. So just in addition to what you have told, so friends, at the Academy of Science of Belarus and in the Russian Academy of Science in Siberian branch, So they are developing maybe in small series, but very important appliances. But so the information isn't widely spread. So as for the advertisement, there should be, well, maybe just printing some booklet, because what is necessary for agriculture, and we have got some appliances, and you have got, and just for us to have opportunity to see just how to make a choice, and so if you take in the initiative to be a coordinator in just appliance construction, building, so in just gathering the material, of course, will help you. And I think just the same could be done with us. And I think that we have got the representative of our research institutes, and there was a discussion yesterday. No, so well, in the optics atmosphere, so this is this specialized institute concerning leaders, and the institute which is represented by Evgenia Alexandrovna. It is the institute, so which has parted from the Institute of the Atmosphere Optics. And so we have been developed from the construction bureaus to the research institute. And in the research institute branch, there was construction technological institutions. It's a sort of a mixture of a research and construction. So with good productive basis. And we had a lot of institutes, and thanks to God, they are preserved now, but now they are renamed. Am I right? Yes, you are. Just the same. And also the Institute of Forestry, located in Gomel. So environmental study, and so everything is quite interesting. So maybe there is quite a lot of issues we are going to discuss, and it is just would be a new story. And also we have got the Institute of Ecology and Systematics of Animals, and it develops biological means of special infections, which selectively just they infect just harmful animals. But it is connected so with the climate change, and sometimes it's very difficult to cope. So it is the problem which is very important for our countries. And also we have got Swamp Institute, and you had such kind. You had a swap station, and also we have got and now it is the Institute of Agriculture. So just the same institutes but renamed, and so the integration could stimulate a lot of problems. And so maybe using not very just big resources. What we need to cooperate together and to formulate the main issues. Thank you very much. So the executive director of the Institute of Calculation Mathematician of it was the institute was created by Marchuk. It is the institute so which calculated weather, tsunamis, and others. Respected Valentin Nikolaevich, Sergei Antonovich, dear colleagues, friends. So yesterday I was asked to use such kind of a title because there should be the director who will take place about the geosystems and technologies. But so they are connected with geodesy, with geodata, information technologies, and I would like to say why we have formulated it. We communicated with a specialist starting from the beginning of the year, And in June, we have signed the agreement concerning their cooperation, and it happens so that their data and their software is very useful for our existing project, especially those which are connected with the ecology forecasting, ecology in general, the tasks of estimating the risks of floods, tsunami on different water basins and rivers. Well, I think that so that not all, for example, there are no seas in Belarus, but nevertheless you have got special artificial bases and there are special banks, and sometimes they are endangered. And that's why our just interaction will make the possibility for estimating rings. And so this collaboration is interesting for us as planning, the map of roads, communications in cities and out of cities. It's about automobile roads and also water lines. And so in perspective, so it could be very useful for the collaboration with the other organization. So this is the main direction we're dealing with the Siberian University of Geosystems and Technologies. Its intellectual system of forecasting of ecological situation, the analysis of the monitoring data of territories, pollution, the recycling of and consideration of airspace images, the forecast of floods, the development of 3D supplements on the basis of the software. Yesterday, I liked your reports because several institutes, well, I could see that topic for our institute with the laser zoning of the Earth from the space, because we have got a big experience in modeling this the signal via just cloudy atmosphere, and also atmospheric aerosol. So this is also connected with the modeling of forest fires, where we take into consideration the landscape, rivers, canopy, and underwood, and everything what is connected with the flood. So it's very promising, the direction. Well, I usually start because we are called Calculation Center. So Marshuk just created our institute. We had the park of just calculation machines, and now it is supercomputer center. Maybe our equipment isn't of the highest standards even in Russia, but it's working at full swing, and so it means the institutes, the universities, those who work with us, so they need another resources, and we have got highly qualified specialists who can provide the sustainable work of the equipment. And so this is the main topic of our TECHNOPROM. It is the digital transition and using together with the computer experiments. So it's what we are doing. So it is reflected in such a program as World Global Research Project, Future Earth, and on the initiative of the Siberian branch. So about the ecological monitoring, forecasting. So I try to convey the main sense and one of the direction, and in reality. So it is one of the leading one. It is the provision of the sustainable development of the state, territories, and just lower objects. So it's for smart city issues, and one of the topic is the development of the methods of evaluation and prognosing of the quality of atmosphere in Novosibirsk city agglomeration. But such topics were indicated in our negotiations with another institute. And so in this case, we have got the special stationary for observation, and using our mathematical models and the development of software, so it would be possible for us to forecast the transfer of polluted masses and pollutants, and for mathematical prognosing. We have got quite range of institutes with which we do cooperate, and this was very pleasant to hear from Evgenia Alexandrovna, because it is the typicality, we just coincide, and so we have made the agreement that we'll continue, and so if you do not object, I'll come to you, and so we'll renovate the past contacts. And it is also the topic, it is the optimization of the engineering communications of a wide range, because in this case, we know what is the landscape in city and outside, and and also we are speaking about and we're solving just mathematical tasks and using modeling, for example, just traffic. Also, the transfer of signals concerning the media conduction, for example, wireless communication. So these are the topics which are realized at our institute. This is one of such applications: how to make the stops of municipal transport. So it could be extrapolated to other tasks which are connected with the projecting of the city and territories, railways, stations. So it could be, and the logistics could be done. It's also the slide of engineering communication. And now, as for floods, so we started to work with topics quite intensively, and so the geodata are very important. And here we took into consideration the hydrogeology and also the condition of the banks which are overflooded. So with the grass, with the stone, everything is taken into consideration in the models. And I think that these topics, they could be very useful in cooperation with you. Well, I haven't on purpose, I have inserted the slide concerning tsunami because you were quite just surprised by it. I would like to make a comment, because now, the slides are ready. How we use the system of visualization. So it's our answer to Google. And so, because it could be modified, and we can just put layers of space images, and on the basis on it, we're using the data. So it's possible for us to create a system of non-stop monitoring of the condition of banks, the evaluation of danger, of just sliding slopes, and also these are geodata. For example, it is the basin between Georgia and Abkhazia, and here the condition of the bank. So there are rocks, so very bad conditions, and this is sliding of slopes, of mountainous slopes, and if they would be sliding, it would be a very serious catastrophe, and it would violate Abkhazia, because we have got very tight cooperation, and it would be action. And for example, winter tsunami, when just a part of the mountain has slided, it happened before the New Year. So there was the wave, the ice, and so the height was several meters high. So it made damage to the forest. Now we are making the report, and it's thanks to our system. And so you can see, so what is the scale of catastrophe? And of course, we can estimate the catastrophes afterwards, but to forecast them. And using the first system, the geodata, so we shall monitor the conditions of banks and to forecast whether, and so to estimate the risks. And also, I would like to repeat that the topic which was said yesterday, I think that we'll continue to communicate in these topics, and I think that those I have told you, it would be of great interest for our guests. Thank you very much.
Thank you. And as for from those people who decided to make report, Dmitry Vitalyevich Lysinsky from the same university, is this person here. So would you like to say a few words? So would you? And now, so please proceed to the stage since it is the same topic. Let us have a look at this presentation, and after that we have another reporter. Dear participants of the forum, so since it is very good conditions, since the university was mentioned in a very good terms in terms of cooperation, this is like a digital deposit. And will you please pay attention to the fact that the concept of digital deposit is also like a kind of a private case of a larger global concept of creating of a single information space of territorial and production space that actually got some names like, for example, digital city, or digital production, or digital factory. And it is one of the illustrative cases, and based on it we can show where the implementation of this concept is moving to. So since the time is limited, and I would like to miss the quality part of the issue devoted to the creation of this digital deposit, I would like to give more information to GGICs and to technical and technological details. So this is the concept, a kind of a universal concept of digital deposit, where we have 5 groups of venues that are actually subjected to digital transformation. So this is like in general indicators that give an opportunity to assess or to have a look at the venues that are subjected and the processes that are subjected to digitization. And here we have enlisted the effects that whether probably they get or we would like to get as a result of these digital transformations. So you can actually easily read them. They are quite clear and understandable. And here it is very interesting. What is interesting in this slide, the technologies that we applied and these that were of real interest to our mining industries, and they actually use them in one way or another. What technologies are mainly used today in digital deposits? As you see, visualization of seismic activity, 4D visualization, big data analysis, and mobile applications, and robotization of production, and digital marketing and sales, the technologies, blockchain technologies, and the solutions in the cybersecurity area. So here, this slide is very interesting. I mean, let us have a look. And here we enumerated all the new things that are interested to us in terms of transformation of our economy into digital economy. And here we have the percentage, the companies of the world that actually invest into different new things like IT technologies, for example. Will you please have a look? The indicator of investment is one of the most objective indicators of interest to different technologies. And if we see the first three technologies, and so these are technologies that are of priority today and they are of a current priority, and within 5 years the people are going to invest into them. I haven't mentioned them. In a blue we can see what is currently relevant today, and in dark blue is investments in the next 3 or 5 years. And as you see the way it looks, so the investment in percentage of the companies actually fall, but it is determined by the fact that the technologies of the high growth appear, and the attention of oil processing companies that actually goes to them, like robotic techniques and drones and artificial intellects and different other technologies, they actually go there. And as for the conceptual and probably some basic things that for oil industry in the world, augmented reality for consulting and actually training specialists, and predictive analytics for the organizing of repair works, digitalization of deposits, and also the use of Internet of Things and mobile application. So as for digitalization, and there are also two big directions. The first one is organizing of continuous seismic observation, and the next one is the creation of intellectual drills, wells, so that we have different data, sensors, and so on. The indicators, they give an opportunity to manage the processes of oil extraction in real time. In this slide, you can see the priorities of specialists who work in these areas, in the mining areas, and here we see the directions that they actually rely on. And so this is like forecasting analytics. This is like the biggest factor, as well as intellectual and automized management system. And there is also a group that allows most that for same interest of IT technologies, like machine training, Internet of Things, artificial intellects, and as well as cloud calculations, and so which is finished by the very new direction of cognitive analysis. In this slide, you can see in percents the percentage of companies that either are already in the implementation of the concept of digital deposit, and they are planning to do this, or they do not want to do this. If you have a look at it, you will see that the digits here are very interesting. 76% of companies who are either already got the result, or they are at the initial stage. I mean, those who are already involved into this and they act there. And as for other companies, they doubt and they try to have a look at it from the distance. And what is also interesting, oil and gas industry is like it contains a lot of resources, and they are ahead of other types of activity that are involved into digitalization, and the tendency that they can be spread into taking account the specificity into the direction of creating of information and geo-informational spaces. And also the slide, which is also the final slide, which demonstrates what restraining factors exist as a kind of a break for these processes. And here with a gap, you can see those who include internal problems, and other ones, the external problems that are not controlled by the enterprises themselves. And traditionally, the reporters here is actually finished by a kind of an offer to kind of cooperation of our scientific organization and to the organizations of the Republic of Belarus. I would like to say that our university is actually actively involved into pictures from drones, and also the processing of some space pictures and laser scanning and creation of geoinformational space and geoinformational systems. So if you have interest in this field, we are always open for cooperation. Thank you so much for your kind attention. Thank you.
So it's really so. We have got the center of the information systems. It getting with the space data, and also we have got the drone center. So of course we do agree. So the next report would be done by our Belarus colleague, Mr. Chernikov, the head of the Department of Chemistry of the Belarus State Technological University. Good day, colleagues. I would like to tell several words about their research concerning the galvanic surfaces and covering, because now we are not interested in mono covering materials, and now we are just looking for new materials, and in order to make the covering more stable, more just fast. So in this case we use the composition just covering, so from ultra disperse diamonds, and such example could be the using of the composition covering. It is nickel diamond covering, which are used well in industry and in other branches of industry. So we have developed the industry which gives possibility to make such coverings. So at very high speed, and micrometers, it's approximately 400 depth. That's why such instruments they reduce their price. Well, for example, as for the dentistry bore, so it could be just reduced gradually, and it is quite possible for using impulse modes of electrolysis, which make to this cover quite even and more plastic. It's impulse or reverse just mode of electrolysis, and using the diamonds, but in ultra disperse or super disperse component. As for nickel covering, they give possibility to get covers with very good with very good connections and the solution of the device for microelectronics. So the using of ultra disperse diamonds and nano volumes, so gives us possibility to increase so the speed of the dispersion of the covering, and also to reduce the expenditure of electricity, so to make it more just resistible. So we use this chrome covering for the gradient surfaces, for the inner surfaces of tubes, and so we got results which give us possibility to make these coverings up to very complicated profile with a great disperse possibility. Here you can see some data concerning the chrome covering. So you can see here the units, and so the coefficient of friction is pretty low. So it is a sort of a just friction solution, and also using the carbon nanotubes in the technology of the ferrum covering gives us possibility to restore the friction pairs to make quite good this depth of this covering, approximately 1.5 or 2 millimeters, and that's why the surface are quite solid, up to 75 just units. It's because of using penetration into the structure of ferrum, just carbon nanotubes. And in comparison with the thermal, so here we can't observe the changes in this morphology of the ferrum, the structure of the ferrum. And so it is indicated, and here you can see the products which you can get. So it's agriculture, railway, just different agents, they were restored and they got a higher resource. And in continuation of this topic, it is the modification of the existing ferrum covering, and so through the electrochemical influence. So in this case, we get just very solid black covering. They're of high resistance, and they can be applied everywhere. Well, for example, in solar panels, and in military industry, and in other surfaces which just use the absorption of light. And here, so this is the temperatures in comparison with the chemical process are 60 degrees lower, and that's why they happen quite quickly. You can form quite thick, up to several dozens micrometers, so the films of the ferrum oxide on the surface. And just also, so the technology of polishing, and also over the aluminum and copper alloys, and just not corroding steels. So they give us possibility to conduct this process practically without previous chemical observation, and it's why so the surface are very perfect. Thank you. Thank you for your attention. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much.
Говоря,
Truth. We haven't planned to hear your report, since we have institutes they are involved into the shells and covers, including the solidifying ones. I mean, in terms the Institute of Physics of Metals, and also that's the solidity actually is their zone of interest, and also laser solidity is also their field of interest. And Sergei Antonovich, in continuation of what I have already said, so I have the following offer. What we need to do is just, first of all, to create a site, and after that, so to create a kind of, to publish some articles, some papers, and to go where we need to qualify them, and it will be supported by the plenipotentiary president, plenipotentiary of the president of the Russian Federation, and he actually offers to do such collected papers. And so this is like a kind of an integration of a unified technological space, and we actually produce our own catalogs, but unfortunately we haven't brought it to them, but we have it in our memory sticks, and we can actually give it to you. Probably it will be this a kind of a good foundation, a good basis. Evgenia Alexandrovna will be probably in charge of a part of it, but I would like to have to how to use ultra disperse diamonds. So this is the production of Belarus. Yes, production of Belarus. But this is a company, Sinta. It is a very well-known company, so which is like done by explosion. This is the technology of development of the Institute of Hydrodynamics. Do you know Popigai deposit? So, but it will be kind of an addition. You haven't worked with Popigai abrasives, but no, unfortunately no. But so after that we will go to this. So.
Thank you so much. And now we have the final report here, and we still have time. But so this is Viktor Alexandrovich Rogachev from Siberian Institute of Poultry Breeding and Cattle Breeding. So, okay. So we have a very good group and a mighty group of those people who are in the agriculture, dear colleagues. I would like to give you a short information about one technology that is used in agriculture. Technology of production of the paddock that is used in cattle breeding. So there you all know that the problem that we have, it is necessary to increase the productivity of cattle, and actually we need to increase the process of the longevity. And here we need to use the portions of the food, and the more part this is actually concluded like for cows, and which is concluded by carbohydrates. Let us have a look at the typical food, and let us have a look at the one which is in red, so which is like sugars, the deficiency 72%, and it is you can face it very, very often. So this is mostly for cattle in the Western Siberia. It can be actually from 50 to 70%, and there is such a thing as sugar protein balance, so that's the number of balance and protein, they should be the same, but so still if we have 1.5 kilo of protein, and there should be the same amount of sugars. Actually, to solve this problem, we used melassa actually, and like some roots that had 72% of sugar, and melassa is used at the moment, but so it is not actually economically beneficial to import it, and it cannot cover the deficiency of all the cattle. And as for the root vegetables, so we do not have the source of it. And since we believe that one of the promising direction in this field is the technology of production of sugars from, like for example, crops, and like from crop syrup. And this technology is also based on the straight hydrolysis of the poly sugars of crops with the use of enzyme polyferment. I will miss some of the slides. And so as for the crops, if we look at the chemical combination, I mean like the composition of starch, we will see that the barley and wheat, they almost half of it is a starch, and the composition of starch is 32%, so which is the source of sugar that we actually need to digest with the help of ferments. And for this, we actually use polyferment substance, which is produced as a biotechnical company, Sibir Farm, which is located in Birzk. And it also helps the alpha amylase, glucamylase, and all the other ferments. And with the use of this set of ferments, we have step-by-step hydrolysis of the starch, which is introduced in the crops, and so glucose is the final one. This is exactly what we need. And as for technology of production of the syrup is very easily reproduced, but we need some specific equipment. Here, as you can see, the example of such an equipment and the installation of some liquid food, like so this is like a dispergator and electric agent. And due to the use of all these factors, such as cavitation, destruction of it, and also the actually the virulent mixture of it. So this is what we have, the fermentation of all the parts of the starch that I'm talking about.
And also to implement such technology, what is necessary? So we need corn, so we need wheat and water. So this is 65-45, and we need to understand that it is impossible to have good products from bad raw materials. So that is why we need to control the quality of the raw materials that we use for these purposes. And as for the order of its production, which is quite easy, and finally we have a crop syrup, and we also have in red is the composition of sugars in it. It all depends on what kind of raw materials was used, whether it was crops or weight is about 15%, and so dry component is 20-25%. As for crop syrup, it has a very good taste since so they have glucose and maltose fraction. It actually increases that the way that cattle actually eats it at 20-25%, which is also important since we actually have a decrease in losses. And like norms of the crop syrup, like lactating cows. So calves is 2 to 6 months, but it all depends on the cases, and it should be calculated on the actually food that we use in some different farms. And this is like the syrup that we need to use in accordance with the norm. And we also had a series of tests and of three months calves, and you can see it in red. We have 1.5 kilos of syrup. The productivity, we have an increase in productivity to 11 or 12%. And so long-term test on lactating cows, 5 months. So this is also a syrup, but the syrup with in combination with carbamide, so which is the source of nitrogen. And so this is a 10% increase. So why do we have an increase? And the case is that we feed not an animal, but the microflora which are in their stomachs. And so if the organisms feel good, the animal feels good, and it has productivity. And as soon we give syrup, so we have infusorious increase in 13%, with cardamide, this is 4 times increase. And as for the calves, this is long-term experience, more than 500 days. This is what I was talking about. Microorganisms is the basis on the production of dairy production. This is a guarantee of productivity and health of cows and so other animals. And here in this technology, we have a novelty which lies in the fact that in the processes of the syrup production, it can actually be used. There's some deficiency elements of food which is used for cattle, and the combination of sugars as energetic material and nitrogen components, which also gives an opportunity to create good conditions in pre-stomach departments, and it also increases all the indicators that we need, and also like the addition of some missing elements into syrup, which also gives an opportunity to distribute them correctly and makes the process of mixing them more technological. And it's also we have some patents on it. And specifically in Novosibirsk, we have the equipment of this crop syrup. This is a Koltsevoi Anatoly Vasilievich firm technology company. Those who are interested, you can write it down and contact me. Thank you so much for your kind attention. And it can be very interesting for the specialists, and we have the center in cattle breeding, but I believe we need to deliver this information. Do you have like anything on paper? Do you have some information, any information on paper? Yes. Could you please provide the information? After this, we will give it to the center of cattle breeding, and probably they can find something, some valuable things in your report. I also would like to add that the ways of activation of that food, which is that are not very good here in Siberian branch, they're very well developed, and we have a lot of mechanisms. It's a mechanical activation of using them in specific meals with the use of ferments, and this is like cavitation mixture, and My dear friends, this is what we actually need. We need to communicate and we need to transfer this technology. Victor Alexandrovich, I haven't understood. Do you introduce academic institute or it is a small business? So we have a company. So this is like from the Russian Academy of Science. Yes, yes, you are in our Novosibirsk agricultural center. Yes, yes. Well, this is just fantastic. So no, we will not leave you alone. Yes, let us cooperate.
So, any other speakers? So, the director of the Center of the Biodiversity, Gromo Dmitry Gennadievich. Dear colleagues, well, so it won't be just a report, but it's sort of a remark as in the discussion, because yesterday, so we had very long discussion, and we were working quite long, but we were not speaking about technology or algorithm because we are moving in one direction, and I think that the new stage. So when we speak about the cooperation and not to be quite declarative, we should just make a sort of a just specialized seminar where with 1 day or 2 we can discuss so the problems. And also we decided to make it in April 2020 in Belaruskaya Pushcha, but we do agree, and as for us, so we can make the organizing part. And I would like to speak about the problems we are going to have. And so the problems we need to solve, but because yesterday in my report I said that on the territory of Belarus, so the Siberian branch of, so if we compare, so they couldn't be compared. First, how is it to get a non-cloud mechanism? Also, it would be the question of large data and memory, a big volume of data, and also it would be necessary for us to use the capacities of supercomputers or cloud technologies to solve this algorithm. So because of the problem of big territories and so mosaics. And also it would be the question of analysis. It's from the behalf of mathematicians and those who will provide the initial data, because there should be some representative picture, because if you can do it in Belarus, but it should be done in Siberia as well, concerning their representativity and monitoring. And in general, and of course, there would be the products which we'll get as for mathematicians and those who are just getting and making this problem. So these are the issues we are supposed to face, and I would like just to formulate it, and there should be just specialized workshop, seminar. Well, but these are not issues for not the whole, but for the specialists, and I think you will speak privately to the specialists. And as for distance zoned in Belaruskaya Pushcha, so we should be ready for it because it's very serious event. Thank you. Well, now, we have finished, and now we'll start with the discussion.
And just to start with, I would like to say a few words, continuing to what was defined by Vladimir Viktorovich Ivanov, dear friends. And we have a task in front of us to try and to do some unified scientific and technological space of our union state. And as Vladimir Viktorovich said, we need to use the same way as it is done in the European community. what is also significant here when we speak about some fundamental study, and some fundamental studies are not published in the open access, and so still, so this is a they do not create this unified space, and so we have the unity at the moment when one country has some tasks, probably they are fundamental, but probably that's they are can be kind of a task for research, and they try to solve one task, another one is solving another task, but the results can be used in both countries. And so here we repeat the same mistake again. We haven't solved the problem of transfer of intellectual property within our union state. It is a surprise, but it is a problem. Vladimir Viktorovich, am I right? We haven't solved this problem so far. But without, unless we haven't solved this task, we will never be able to create a unified space. We have actually said we have positioned this challenge, but so still the position is still there. I believe this microphone can be used. So I started this discussion. We have 25 minutes, and after that we go to the second floor to the governor's welcome reception. Dear colleagues, what we need to proceed from is, even if we solve the task of transferring intellectual property, will not solve the problem in general, since it makes sense to move from down to the top. And how do we see the development of science here? Probably to prioritize, like the set goals, and after that to go from fundamental science to technologies. And at one moment there will be an issue of transfer of intellectual property. Let us model the situation. If together we develop a kind of technology, is this variant possible? Yes, it is. And since the issue of intellectual property, it actually is eliminated, since we are both owners, and so this is a multi-plan task, and we just need to go to sit down in a kind of in a circle of interested parties and to to look at this skin, and we take into account the Russian experience. In 2002, we have adopted a very interesting document. This is the Council on Security and the Council of Science on the President of the Russian Federation. It was the basis of politics of the Russian Federation in the field of development of science and technologies, and for the perspective up to 2010. And we have formed the concept of vision of where we are going to move to. And we started from the political documents, and after that we will define it, and after that we will see that what kind of gaps do we have. And I believe that intellectual property is not the only problem that we are going to face. Thank you. Thank you so much. Are there any other people who would like to say their words? Of course, we need to prepare such documents, the common documents, and they should be political documents, and we will not see the unified, that kind of a stream that we are following unless they are created. Let us go back. Sergei Anatolievich, this is said that, yes, now we created it, now we're thinking about it. Let us go from another side. Now we need to prepare it, and after that we will show it. And when we have a document, it is a very different conversation, but we haven't seen the document, and so they will say, okay, guys, you cannot demonstrate anything. So what are we talking about? So is there an academic council? We have a commission on a unified space? Yes, but where is the result? And saying they are just talking, if we do not have a document, as soon as we have a result, so we will be able to discuss it. Just for God's sake, this is what I'm talking about. Let us not try to find the person who is responsible for this and who is to blame, but we need to understand it. We need to probably to discuss it with them. And so what you understand, the political documents at the high level, then all the rest. I would like to say that in 2004, 2005, with the Institute of Economics, we actually started such work, and we also had some publications in Belarus journals and in the bulletin of the Russian Academy of Science. So we actually stopped this work. But since we are in December, we are having the meeting in Minsk of Dmitry Grovich Trubnikov. What he said, yes, this is what we are planning in December, and probably we can raise these issues. It was repeatedly raised actually, but here I will ask a simple question. In December now we have we're in the mid-September. What is the state of the document of? Can somebody answer this question? And now, so what does this commission do? Does it work? Yes, yes. Well, it had meetings. It is very good, and so since it is clear that what are we talking about here, we can only regret. Now, unless we read the documents, yes, we have such a documents, but there is some actually points, but unfortunately hasn't been published for public, but so still, so we have documents for a unified space, and as for a unified intellectual space, we have nothing. If it is prepared without the academic council, so this is, I do not understand what we're talking about. Well, as you understand, we have so that's a subcommission on fundamental research. They do not unify. We actually can say that the priorities for both countries should be like, for example, they should be the foundation of fundamental research. And as for the intellectual property, there are different people involved. We are not talking about intellectual property that, like academic council, it doesn't have nothing. It has nothing to do with the commissions. Now, let us please go back to the issue. The issue of intellectual property is another issue. Now we need to understand where our mutual science is going. What are we working for? This is a unified space, and whether we are constructing it or not. Let us say that we have 7 priorities. The last year, the president gave us the vector for development, and now we need to look from this point of view what we have, what our colleagues from Belarus have, and we need to understand that if we probably have some gaps, and after that we have to work from the bottom to the top. So yes, it is quite clear. Thank you so much. Thank you. And somebody from the first row was going to speak for about 5 minutes. Have you changed your mind? Okay. Then you would like to have 7 minutes? Okay. Okay. Are you also from the university, from Belarus? Yes, please go ahead. Hello.
Good day. First, I would like just to speak about the direction, but then I doubt it, because in the Republic of Belarus, so the academic degrees they are not accepted, and I would like to make a report concerning the development of pharmacology. So we have developed the medicine for curing stomach cancer, brain cancer, and also just so for chemical therapy. And so we have got the certificate from EUROS. It had registration in Belarus, but now we are waiting how to organize it and how it could be accepted on the territory of Russian Federation. But it is not happening, and I would like to have an answer concerning the mutual research concerning in pharmacology together with Russian colleagues. Well, is there anything just in potential concerning pharmacology? First, you should include this development in the catalog we are compiling. But pharmacology is sold on the territory of Ministry of Health Health, because there should be just unified regulations. Because in Russia we have got exclusion, which give us possibility to promote new technologies. Because Skolkovo Skolkovo gives possibility to use the technologies which were not certified in Russia. And for example, there is one company from Belarus registered is Skolko, but this is medical technologies. It's not pharmaceutical industry, but it is a sort of a small door which we could use. So there are a lot of technologies in Belarus, and we can use them. Tomorrow I'll meet with the head of Skolkovo, and I would like to discuss this issue with them as well. So, dear friends, so we are just moving to the final part, and we have got the project of our decision. Well. So it would be sent to all who are present here, and I have just made some amendments because we'll need to address to our inter-academic council. Also, we should add some humanitarian directions, because humanitarian directions, well, are just making us closer, because we have got just common history, and it should be reflected in this document also. What is considered just papers on special directions, and it is quite necessary. Yesterday, after our meeting, and also perspective medical technologies, and also with device building, appliance building, and also just a special topical collection of papers. Natalia Vitalina, and as for yesterday's report, so our report is fixed. So, and today's speeches. Also, so it would be great for us to get all the files. And also, maybe you'll get some USB disk with all the materials, with the yesterday's materials and today's materials. What are we supposed to do? Because in our just apparatus of Siberian Federal Subdivision, I asked just to load it to the site. So for you have possibility to look through all the speeches, and they were just suggestions. So we can copy it, and then we can analyze it. I have got all the presentations. I'll have just load them on Yandex Disk, and then there would be the link. So, and also the official site of Siberian branch of Academy of Science. So we'll take this mobile disk, and then we'll make the decision. So dear friends, so it is the decision of our mutual meetings of Presidium to make a site. So our mutual site, but where it would be just localized, we haven't made the idea. I think that people of Siberia are ready to do it. But what we should should be agreed with Moscow, that as for international cooperation, there would be some finances. So we should just add to our state task this site, and to get financing for this site, because it is very serious work. And well, do you agree? Yes, we do. Borodin. So the Center for Resources, I think that there would be some amendments done, because for the better learning, the structure of your subdivision branch, and I would like to broaden the spheres of ecology, so there should be emphasized not only polar territories, but we should broaden it, because there are quite many meeting points. So it's just a draft, and also forecasting. So nature preserving forecasting as well. We can formulate it in such a way. Well, I think we could just finish our meeting. So from the Russian side, it was a very constructive meeting. So we worked honestly. So, well, all reports were done. Thank you to all of you. And now we'll go to the reception. So he would treat us. Maybe won't not only see, but we'll also taste. And I think that tomorrow you will have possibility just to communicate further. So, dear friends, see you again in December. And very thanks for those who provided our communication. Natalia Vitalyevna, Sergei Prokopyevich, the group of the international department, I would like to emphasize, but we are just one state. And of course, the staff here in Moscow. Thank you very much indeed. So now please proceed to the second floor.